myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run, and we can run. The stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run? seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life, just another season. Not for them, just a time, just another season. You came into my life, just another season. Not for them, just a time, just another season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life, just another season. Not for long, just a time, just another season. You came into my life, just another season. Not for long, just a time, just another season. Come my way this season.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget. But you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words.
All right, fellas, let's get it. What's up, y'all? Appreciate you coming out for the stream. At Ohio State and Ohio U in losers round 3. Match was supposed to be played yesterday, but some shit happened, so got moved to today. But yeah, I mean, getting right into it, we have 2 really talented squads. You know, Ohio State kind of not expected to be in this position. At least I didn't expect them to be in this position. They lost to Texas State in the winners bracket 3-1. So it was kind of a shocker for me. But so that sent them to the losers bracket, and now they're having to fight their way through here. And the winner of this will get top 4. And then they will move on to face Carleton in loser, yeah, I think it's winner, loser semis. But yeah, so good match. I mean, you can see here, I mean, kind of, there's just a very slight lead for Ohio U heading into this P2. But Ohio State looking to kind of bounce back from yesterday because, you know, I was watching some of their matches and they just didn't look particularly strong. Like, you know, how they have the entire year. They haven't looked completely strong. So kind of interested to see how they bounce back and if they'll be able to bounce back. So far so good though. I mean, they have good control of P2 and Enigma's hitting shots. So you can't really ask for too much more if you are an Ohio State fan there. But yeah, I got you Tunes. I got some juice POV for you, bro. Definitely a good POV. Ethan trying to get some P2 time. Not going to happen, though. Icy's going to clean it up, though. So he's going to maybe get these last 10 seconds. No, Gimby's going to get it. So, you know, a nice fight for the scrap time over there for Ohio State as they're able to get a nice lead established. But heading into this P3, we're going to have Ohio U already set up. You got Circumcised, also known as Lux. He's playing on his friend's account because he's home. He's back up in, I believe, like Northeast Ohio right now. So he's playing on his homie setup. But I can confirm it is indeed Lux. And yesterday I accidentally called him Circums a lot instead of Circumcised, so that wasn't fun. But it's all right. You live and you learn here. But a good hold coming in for Ohio U so far. I mean, they've gotten a few of these kills, but I mean, Ohio State kind of looking to swarm on the players, and they're able to do so. The only problem is that Ohio U spawning so close out the back that it's going to be hard for Ohio State to get any of this time. As you can see, Ohio U able to kind of go back in and get the remaining 15 seconds of scrap time here. We got 3 subs out for the side of Ohio U. Efan, Hazzy, and Icy all rocking a rival 9 due to the map size here. Let's check out the composition over here from Ohio State, though. We got Gamby, tried and true AR player, you know, always been one of the guys that has been kind of a unspoken hero in a lot of the series they've played. He's been a very talented player, and he, you know, this is his first year on the varsity roster, or the main roster, whichever you want to call it. Got another AR for Jax here too, so I think maybe only 2 subs out for the side of Ohio State. But hey, if it works, it works. I mean, as you can see, they have a lead here. Ohio U has broken into this this what is this? P4, yes. So I don't know. We'll see how the team composition comes to affect the squads here. We got Hazzy hitting shots, man. He's double positive right now. He, you know, from being in their calls and stuff sometimes, it's kind of funny. Hazzy's one of those guys where he just, his reactions to winning gunfights is hilarious. He's like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? It's just super funny. But Ohio State gonna have a nice stronghold here on P5, first rotation of P5. We got Gemby. He pulled out the little rival 9. So Ohio State able to collect a good bit of time here. There's only 40 seconds remaining on P5 before Ohio was able to turn it white. And yeah, I mean, just a good matchup. A good read coming in from Circumcised over there. Definitely a common corner to sit in. So Gimby's gonna get ripped up. Jack's gonna find some nice angles though. Able to kind of keep those Ohio U players off of the time. Hazzy looking to change that, but little does he know, there's a bunch of Ohio State players coming. Oh no, a teammate comes through though, so that's disastrous if you are Ohio State. as number 5 Hazzy looking to get that scrap time, and the fight for P1 is already underway. You have Circumcised already running around trying to find Enigma. Definitely a hard kill, I'll tell you what. And I mentioned this yesterday, but just like a general consensus is that Enigma is a very difficult player to play against. Very, very tough player to play against, and quite frustrating at times. So you can see that there. Yeah, here we go. Second rotation. Pretty much a tied game at this point. It makes you wonder how long this game is going to go. It could end on like another P1. We'll see. But for now, Ohio State holding control. We got Enigma, the kill leader for Ohio State, sitting at 14 and 10. Oh, we got a little wall bang though. Ooh, that's a crazy gunfight. But you can see here, a little fight for the scrap time going down. Where's it at? 5, Hazzy. Hazzy's gonna win the gunfight for the scrap time, but I think one more Ohio State player is here. Try to contest this. And Circumcise, Mr. Lux over here hitting little 2 pieces. He's sitting at even right now, which is good. You know, you love that for the AR players. You know, they have a tough time on this map just intrinsically with how the map plays and how small it is, but Lux doing a good job so far, kind of working with his team. You know, they're 3 hitting the back here, so kind of interesting. You had Hazzy kind of caught out in the middle of nowhere, but I think Ohio State's going to read this, and they will. So the first push, it did take a while. It took a while for Ohio U to get that first push going, but it just didn't pan out for him. And now, I mean, 30 seconds are already done with this hill. The question here for Ohio U is, like, do you want to just rotate, or do you want to, you know, fight for the scrap time? And it looks like they're going to try to rotate, but Enigma, of course, popping a 2-piece before getting traded out. Very common. Ohio State going to get this scrap time. I think Icy, number 6, just, like, spawned behind them, so kind of weird. We'll see how this plans out here. Looks like the last 4 seconds is not going to go the way of Ohio State, but, I mean, that's neither here nor there. Ohio State has control of this this P3, but a couple gunfights going the way of Ohio U. You see EFAN playing the back here, just trying to maybe hold the spawns and make sure that Ohio U will spawn in the back here, given Ohio State breaks, you know, which is a heads-up play. You know, you got to tip it. Meanwhile, you have Ohio State kind of fighting through P1 to try to get a break on the hill. See, there's a lot of Ohio State players heading towards the left side here. Got number 5 Hazzy's forced to back down. So just pure dominance, I'd say, from the side of Ohio State. They're able to break in this hill and kind of keep it mixy. You can see they're going to be able to fight and get this these last 15 seconds. So, I mean, you know, it's a small amount of time, but it really adds up. As you can see, the lead is mounting, and it'll be hard to come back if you are Ohio U. Going to be about 182, 133, so a 50-point game. If Ohio gets a good 60 here, they will be in the lead, but, I mean, only thing is Ohio State's been pretty good at breaking so far, so we'll see how they go about that. They kind of have like a mixed offensive here. Oh, that's terrible. Gonna be not able to finish the kill, and Icy's going to capitalize on it, so Enigma, last one up, he's going to get taken down, so if you are Ohio U, you needed to hold this hill, and so far so good, as you have Circumcised hitting the shots at long range against Jax. Yeah, just like a good hold, a good 60. Let's see here. Hey, Silence, I never got the prediction. What do you predict, man? For the series, what do you think? It's a best of 3. I think we got this and Invasion Control. I think Invasion Control, but I'm not too sure what the next map is in terms of Search and Destroy. I don't know. Either way, heading into P5. Here we are. We got Ohio State locking it down as they did in the last rotation here. Definitely a harder hill to get time on, but they're managing so far, as they are going to reclaim the lead here, 193 to 190. For our Ohio U, you're kind of just in the middle of the mix here. There's been a few team kills for the side of Ohio State. I think that it's really kind of like punished them as they've been trying to get some of this time on P5. You can see how that led to Ohio being able to break in and reclaim this lead. You can see EFAN kind of just playing the the long game, maybe, as he's able to find one on P1 before getting traded out by Jack. So Jack's going to be the last one up, able to find two. Looking for the third here. He's going to... Ooh, he's not going to be able to get it. Circumcised with a huge win on P5, able to kind of capitalize on this scrap time. You have Enigma, I think, working to get him off of this, but Circumcised is reading it. Enigma's going to get the kill, though, but looking over towards P1, we have number 5 and number 6 kind of already here. You have a... you know, kind of an interesting offensive coming out for Ohio State. You got Enigma, a star player, trying to work through this the bridge. Icy on the other side of things, trying to do what he can to kind of isolate them. Able to do so, but it's going to get taken out by Gimby. Gimby's going to find 3, so a nice break coming in for Ohio State. And kind of, I guess, Ohio's going to have to make a decision here if they want to try to just rotate or go to the next hill. And I mean, I don't know. I'd go to the next hill. Gimby's hitting pieces. He's gotten 6 kills in the past 10 seconds. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I mean, you can see here, Ohio State. I mean, wow. Gimby, jeez. Going crazy. It's going to be about a tie game heading over to P3. I mean, wow. You can see number 5, Hazzy, trying to hold off these remaining Ohio State players. It's just not going to happen here. So we have number 6 and number 8 over here. For Ohio U, they're kind of working towards the back. They have 25 seconds if they're going to break this hill. What Enigma number 4, he's kind of sneaking behind them. So disciplined with the trigger there. So able to take one down with him, and you'll get Ohio State off the hill for the time being. But right after the cruise missile, they're going to be able to get right back on it. So this is quite disastrous if you are Ohio U. I mean, you have to go now. You only have 10 seconds left to break into this hill, and you can see it takes quite a long time to get there. Yeah, I mean, only 3 seconds left remaining for Ohio State to get this win, and they're going to get it. So Ohio State, they played great. Ohio U also played great. Ohio State's going to get the win, though, here on Rio Map 1. Very close game, though. Very close game. We'll see. Okay, Silence, I got you. I got you. I feel you, brother. I feel you. I mean, you could see just Ohio State ice up towards the end. You know, they had Gimby go off, and he just annihilated all the Ohio U players, which ultimately led to them winning this map. So yeah, we're gonna go to a little quick intermission here, and we'll be back for the search and destroy. I'll tell you what, I love when there's only a very short break between maps. I absolutely love it. Getting right back into the series here. We're on map 2. Ohio State's up 1-0 over Ohio U. It's a best of 3, so you got to keep that in mind. Ohio has to win 2, whereas Ohio State has to win just this 1 to win the series. You can see Invasion Search and Destroy. Kind of an interesting choice for both these teams, actually. I think Ohio State's pretty strong at this map and mode combo. Ohio U doesn't play this all too much, so I'm gonna be interested to see how they kind of play this and retake it. You can see the bomb going down over towards B. Nades able to connect. Shots able to connect too, but just nothing really falling the way of Ohio University. As you can see, the top side of the map is just completely red and just controlled by Ohio State here. Some interesting timing going down. Gonna be able to take down Icy, and that might just be the round. It's going to be extremely difficult for Ohio U here to get back into this round and be able to win, as you have 2 of these Ohio State players just doubled up together, and they're going to get the team shots to take down EFAN. Let's get it, let's get it! Alright. Kinda interested to see what Ohio's gonna do here. B is definitely like the preferred bomb site, I think, for a lot of teams. A lot of teams like going to B. Unless you're Minnesota Rocker. They had an amazing map earlier today where they just went to the A zone a lot. But that being said, Ohio U kind of just trying to work towards this B bomb site. You can see kind of like a spread defensive coming in for Ohio State. All 4 players kind of spread out across the map. Number 3 kind of working a little pinch though. I don't think Lux is going to be able to read this. I mean, Jax is deep into the spawn. You know, meanwhile you have the Ohio U players kind of trying to push up past this dark position. Number 1's going to be guarding it. So you're kind of just like held at a standstill here if you are Ohio U. Trying to figure out where to go. Jax able to find one on Circumcised from an exploding van or a car or something like that. So now it's going to be a 4 versus 3. Hazzy brings the odds back down, and they're going to get the site control. So it'll be looking like a 3v3 retake. And these are the rounds, I don't know, these are the rounds that get pretty exciting. As you see, just a lot of players. It's really just a test of gun skill at this point, you know. The positioning, you probably know the positioning of all the players. And now it just comes down to the gunfights. 3 versus 3 here. Icy able to find one under Jax, so that's huge. You can see EFAN gonna get taken down from Enigma. A beautiful spot coming in from him. Leaving it all down to Icy. Able to get one, able to get the second, so Icy from Ohio U able to pull out with a beautiful 1 versus 2 clutch to secure that round. It got a little scary though. I'll tell you what, got a little scary. Oh my goodness, the snap. The snap. That's amazing. That's amazing. Here we go. Back on the offense here. It'll be interesting. I want to see who wins the first defensive round. We'll see. We got a little Juice POV going here. Guy's an absolute demon. He's got some insane gun skill. So it's interesting to watch his POV. Trades going back and forth here. You can see number 8, Circumcised, just trying to stay alive here. He's able to find one. Enigma looking for the trade here, but 2 players going to converge on him. EFAN's going to connect with a nade though, so Juice is going to be left in a 1 versus 2. Thankfully he is in a good position, but Icy able to hit the shot. So Ohio U able to win the first defensive round of the game, and I mean, it got pretty mixy there towards the B zone. Oh, this is EFAN. EFAN got him. Okay, interesting. Some nice team shots coming in on the side of Ohio U. Unfortunately, Juice just didn't have kind of the weapon for the job there. I'm sure he wishes he had an AR to work with. Let's get a Kevin Enigma POV. Let's get it, dude. You can see kind of a similar setup coming through for both teams. Oh, no! Enigma missed the slide. He was trying to slide. You could see he crouched down. He didn't mean to do that, but regardless, is going to get punished for it. So, Ohio has numbers now. Ohio State having to fight this 3v4. It looks like the bomb is kind of working up towards the B site. You can see 2 players from Ohio State over towards the A site, making sure nothing fishy goes on, the rewrap doesn't happen or anything like that, and Ohio U not having any of that. They're kind of trying to push up over towards this B site. You can see number 2, Juice, going to reinforce the MB, but a smoke does come through, so I think Juice is getting active. This is what we live to see. He's getting active through the smoke. Oh, he hits the snapper before getting traded out. Oh, it's all going to be left on Jax. He has to rotate all the way from A. As Hazzy was able to find 2 there. And this is just a very difficult position to be in if you are Jax, because, I mean, as you see, kind of a standard setup post-plant for Ohio U. You have pretty much everything covered. Circumcised going to be able to get the info. And he will get taken down, so a nice win if you are Ohio U. And this is great. I mean, a nice setup. EFAN does fall, but the trades are there, so no funny business allowed. Ohio's going to go up 3-1. Gosh. I wish, like, I don't know. I wish I had, like, an Ohio counter. Probably said that so many times throughout this entire series so far. We're only on map 2. Let's start up the Hazzy, this guy. Only a freshman, so I'm pretty excited to see how he develops as a player, as he's kind of new to playing competitive Call of Duty this year. But doing a great job alongside his brother, EFAN. He was a senior, so kind of interesting to see how they've both developed as players so far. EFAN getting active. Oh, snap. Oh, my gosh. Has he hit 3, bro? What is going on, man? Dude, I switched off of his POV and then he hit a 3-piece. Like, come on, dude. That's criminal. Either way, though, the brothers, EFAN and Hazzy, able to combine for all 4 kills. Great round, great defensive round coming in for Ohio U. I feel like Ohio State just kind of had some trouble executing through that smoke, as they kind of just got pieced up by Hazzy, you know. All right, now look, I'm gonna stay on the POV. I'm gonna stay on it. He's on a 5 spree. He needs 1 more kill for a cruise missile, which we know can be pretty impactful on a map like Invasion. He's looking for it too. Not able to find the kill, but we'll see here. Same thing. I mean, same kind of offense coming out for Ohio U. What in the Shotsy is this? What in the Shotsy is this, dude? All right. I think. Oh, Enigma's watching this. Oh, Hazzy's gonna get caught. So a great angle being held there from Enigma. He's gonna shut down any possibility of a cruise missile in the near future for Ohio U, while also giving his team numbers. So the push kind of comes to a standstill here. You can see none of the arrows really moving on the minimap right now. Icy trying to find a pick, but he knows that Mr. Kevin Enigma is over there, and you know what? He's got a beamer on him, so I'm not challenging that either. I ain't gonna lie. I think number 5 may be trying to wrap this, but I mean, there's 2 players here for Ohio State, and you know what? That might just be the round here, as Juice able to find 1 before getting traded out. So it leaves it all up to Jax here, but he's here, and I think he hears the door open. So Jax able to find 1 kill, and on the other side, another one goes down. So Ohio State with a nice regain. They're able to get back up and avoid going down 5-1, which is crucial in this map too. You definitely can take a breather now if you're Ohio State, I think. I wish the scoreboard was fixed. Is it still fixed? Hold on. Let me do a quick rundown. Yeah, it's still broken. Fix the game! Anyways, let's go over here. Enigma calling the cross. You can see kind of a spread defensive for Ohio U. Number 6, where's number 6 at? He's all the way pushed up on the mid tank already. Okay. Okay, so you have number 3 who's Jax. I knew it'd be Jax. He's always roaming on the opposite side of the map. So it's an interesting kind of play, as Icy is there to kind of counter him. But I think they both have the info on each other. You can see Icy kind of backing up to this this fence position. We'll be able to spot out Jax. Meanwhile, Juice able to find one onto Hazzy, and the bomb's going to rotate over towards A site. Ohio's going to have that info, but it's going to be a hard retake. A 3 versus 4 retake is going to be pretty difficult. Team number 8 trying to get active. He has the info on Enigma, but not going to take the gunfight. Meanwhile, Efan finds a kill. And just, I mean, it's so difficult. It's so difficult. There's just too many Ohio State players holding too many lanes. You can see Efan get spotted out. So Gimby going to take the chow. Meanwhile, Juice pushes around the back. Some beautiful teamwork coming through for Ohio State, and they're able to string a couple rounds together. So now this is a crucial swing round, I'll say, coming up here. Very big swing round coming up here for the side of Ohio U. You know, you'll definitely be able to almost call map if you get this round, but Ohio State not out of it quite yet. They've been fighting back. They've been clawing back into this game and looking to tie things up at 4 apiece here. Let's see what they elect to do. It looks like Ohio U not opting to go for a default B hit, but Ohio State's kind of ready for it. They have a couple players already set up in the cafe. You got Juice with a cheeky little angle here. Not able to find one onto Hazzy. Oh, a beautiful nade though. A beautiful nade. Hazzy able to get out with his life, but Enigma finds one though, so he will get traded out. So 3 versus 3 here. They have the information that there is at least one player there. Juice. Oh, he's gonna get taken down. No, there's a player behind him though. There's a player behind him. Icy's gonna be able to get the kill, but I don't think they know number 4's here. Number 4, Gimby. Let's see what he can do here. It was a little bit late to the party, but Ohio U doesn't have the bomb. So they have to track back for it. Meanwhile, Gimby getting the information here. And I think he's gonna know. I think he's gonna know. Oh no! Oh, some bad timing, but this could be better. This could be good. This could be good. Gimby just has to play the time here. The gunfight. The gunfight. Hazzy has the bomb. He has to lay it. He has the time. He has the time to lay it. But number 4, Gimby, pushing back around. The timing going the way of Gimby, so he's able to win it. A 1 versus 2 for Gimby. Making superhero plays all series long, and that just goes to show that it's never over. It really is never over. Not sure what Icy was doing trying to wrap through ice cream. Maybe wrapping to B? Not too sure. But hey, here we are. Tied up at 4 apiece. Some nice resilience shown by the Ohio State guys. See what they try to do here on offense. They're going to be able to call the cross out. See what's up. Ohio U kind of trying to replicate what Ohio State did. Doubling up in Cafe. You're going to see number 7 get taken down by Jax. Or, sorry. Yeah, actually, no, that's correct. Juice able to find one. Hazzy will find one, but he gets traded out. So it's all going to come down to Lux in a 1 versus 3 here. And, I mean, it's just not going to happen. Ohio State dominant throughout these past few rounds here. Ohio U not really able to get anything going here. Let's go to an EFAN POV, see if EFAN can keep Ohio U alive here in this series. If Ohio State wins this next round, that will be the end of the season for Ohio U. We'll see what they opt to do here. There's a lot of pressure mounting on this round. EFAN I'm not sure if he got the information on that player. He's able to see him, but a lot of damage being dealt. Sir comes a lot. Gonna force him out of the cafe. But is the rewrap gonna come through? I don't know. Let's go. Has he? Trying to check the corners. Not able to find one, but the trade does come through from EFAN. So site control is gained for the side of Ohio U. Number 3, Jax, of course, the island player over here. Getting a good positioning here to where he can see any players pushing out of back cafe. Meanwhile, Icy finds one onto Gimby, so a 2 versus 3 here. Bomb is down. Jax has information. Jax has information on 2. He's able to spot EFAN and Lux. So, him and Kevin Enigma trying to work through here. It's Icy on a crazy heady. I'll tell you what. That's a tough heady to win a gunfight from, and Icy's able to find 2, so Ohio able to stay alive, and we're going to a round 11. Dude, I live for this shit. I love round 11s, bro. We love to see it. Ugh, I mean, at this point, whoever wins, great. I'm just glad we got to a round 11. I love to see this, bro. Let's get it. Got some Ohio State fans in the chat. Oh yeah. All right, now let's stick on the POV of the late game hero Gimby here. As we saw in the hard point, made some hero plays towards the end to help them win the map. You can see here, perhaps a 4-piece for Gimby. Circumcised gonna have to back down, 45 HP. He has to run back and hit a little dolphin dive. It's a 3 versus 3. EFAN and Jax taken out of the equation for right now. And I think Ohio State is kind of just trying to clear out their spawn and maybe wrap this bomb over towards the A site. And it looks like that's going to be the play call here. So, Hazzy on the mid-tank position. And Icy kind of just playing for the information here. Has to back up. Juice, little bomb carrier here. Clearing all of his corners. Does so effectively. They're going to try to get this bomb down on the A site. I think he's going to get spotted out by Icy, but the kill doesn't come through. Oh, they're going to rewrap it. They're going to rewrap. Oh, the fake smoke, too. The fake smoke. Number 8. Getting tracked down. Will get taken down. It comes down to 1v1. It's a 1v1. Icy versus Gimby. Oh, no. Icy. Seen him. Has to play his life here. Gimby's going to backtrack over towards B. And this is a very dangerous position to be in if you are Icy. Playing a 1v1 retake on the site is extremely difficult. They might actually meet up. They're going to meet up. Oh no. The rewrap through CDs. The rewrap through CDs. You can see Gimby. Gimby's gonna get taken. Oh my goodness! I can't even speak. Woo! Icy able to get the kill. Just played a bit slow, took his time, and it paid off. Ohio U gonna tie up the series 1-1. What an insane round 11! I knew it was gonna come down to some crazy stuff like that, bro. We love to see it. Whose name am I mispronouncing? Mr. Toons. Enigma, Jax, Juice, and Gimby. Right? If I'm saying it wrong, my fault. Is it Gimby? I don't know. You tell me. Anyways, we're going to go to a little intermission here, and I think map 3 will be invasion control. Or actually, it'll be high rise. So, be right back. Hey, I got you, Tunes. My fault, bro. My fault. I know. It circums a lot. My bad, bro. It's not circumcised. Yeah, he's distinguished, though. He's distinguished. Now, I have had the privilege of seeing both these teams play on Karachi. Both very talented teams and kind of, I don't know, this could be a huge nail-biter map. You can see here the fight's going back and forth. Efan taking down circums a lot. All right. So Ohio U able to keep Ohio State off this point just for the time being. Has he trying to get out with his life? There's a lot of Ohio State players around. Yeah, Tunes, that is correct. It was about 235, 250. So we can see here, Jax with the Overwatch. He's trying to make sure the bridge is clear. Able to spot out Efan, but Juice is going to take him down and steal the kill. Pretty interesting control round coming through so far. Usually you'll see teams sometimes go for B right off the rip, but wasn't the case here. And it looks like they're going to actually try to hit B right now. I kind of like this play from Ohio State. They're able to get a couple kills, and they're going to transition over towards B. And I think there's still some players on the A site too, but they're going to leave and opt to just try to get full control of the B site. Oh, and this is a very dangerous death trap to go over. Efan just gets ripped to shreds. Number 8, next one up, Circumcised, able to get cut down too. So B zone assuredly going towards Ohio State here. Go, you can see already Ohio State on the zone. They have 2 players here. So Ohio U, I mean, you got to push in. You got to get them off of this point. Only problem is you have players coming from behind too. So Enigma looking to get active on the map. Oh, but he gets taken out by Hazzy. And Jax, last one up, number 7, gonna get taken down. But they know they have the control for right now. Hazzy playing with his life, is playing a dangerous game right now. You can see Circumcised. Mr. Sir comes a lot. Trying to do what he can, but Ohio State already has 2 ticks on the A zone. They have a minute to work with, and lives could become a factor too. So, it's gonna be a tough round for Ohio U to win. But if anyone's gonna get it done, it's Sir comes a lot. Yeah, you could see Sir comes a lot. He's going crazy right now. Progress gonna start going again for Ohio State. You have to go if you are Ohio U. Just no one's gonna get there in time. So Ohio State with a pretty commanding offensive round, and I kind of like the transition they had over towards the B zone. I think that really helped them out. Kind of caught Ohio U off guard there. So a nice offensive round here, and we'll see if Ohio U is able to replicate something similar. Azzy has been having himself a great series so far. I'll tell you what, he's been having a crazy series. His brother Efan got the duality going, the duality of the brotherhood. But you can see the 4-hit. Ohio U is gonna have a 4-hit over towards the B site. Efan able to find one on the Gambi, but Enigma already has 2 kills to his name in the round. He's on that very powerful top AC's position here. So, although there is one player on the B site, might get taken down. The tick is not going to come through here. So, Circumcised is going to get taken down, but here we are. You have the Ohio State players kind of all over towards the B site. So, it opens up some map positioning for Ohio U to hop on the A zone. Number 2, Juice, doing what he does best. 1v1 versus Icy on the site here. Juice is able to win it. Wow, just zapped. The ray gun is what people call it. You got a double stack here for Ohio U. Ohio State doesn't want to give this up though. Gimby's going to push in. He wants it. He wants it. Able to find one. Efan. Will he hit the turn and burn? Not able to do so. Icy, last one up. He's able to spot Juice out. Not able to get the kills though, so a huge kill from Juice coming in from this top. I don't even know what this is called. Little cubby, I guess. Cubby position. Yeah. I don't know, but I mean, you can see here, Ohio U is struggling hard to try to get on these zones. I'll tell you what. only about 25 seconds remaining here for Ohio U to make something happen, and Ohio State, they have immense map control. See, Hazzy able to make the clock stop just for a minute here. As he's trying to get this zone captured and add another minute to the clock. He's got to back up here. The Ohio State offensive is mounting. You can see Gimby in the zone, but he gets taken down, so 3 will go down, and Ohio U just stays alive ever so slightly. They're going to be able to stay alive for this this transition over towards B. Efan just kind of doing tricks. Able to find one, but will get taken down eventually. There's just too many players to deal with there. As you can see, Icy doing what he can. Expects the chow and not able to finish the kill, though. That's a nice camo, dude. I like the Interstellar camo. They're going to double hit this. I don't think he saw Enigma. Oh, he's able to spot him out, so we'll probably get hunted down here. But, oh, there's one player. Of course, it's Jax. He's Jax is always past enemy lines. You love to see it. Go. Gimby able to find one. Hazzy taken down as well. Icy last one up alive. They have 5 lives remaining, though, if you are Ohio U. So, oh, he's not having it with the doors, bro. He's not having it with the doors. No players on the point right now for Ohio U. But oh, 3 are going to go down, so last one up is going to be Enigma. Not going to chow immediately, but a trophy system! A trophy system takes down the Ohio U player. And now, kind of it's a 5 versus 3. You have time here, too, if you are Ohio State. Only 1 player left on the point. And this might be it. Efan able to find one. It's going to be 1 versus 3 here. 1 down. Ohio State players might just catch him out. They might just catch him out. Got about 20 seconds to work with if you are Efan. It's a 1 versus 2 here. Not able to find it, so Ohio State able to clutch up and find the defensive round win 2. Oh my goodness. Came down to the wire, but at the end of the day, Ohio State just had too many lives. So now it's on match point already. I mean, this could be a hot 3-0 in control for the Ohio State guys. Let's see Jax get active. I want to see Jax's routes, man. He's always slipping the net, you know what I mean? Let's see where he goes off rip. You can see kind of a heavy hit over towards the B site. I don't think Ohio's ready for this. Ohio State kind of just able to waltz over for free. Ohio guys are just kind of now turning their heads to try to get something going. Has he able to find one, but the grenade gonna connect. And you have 2 Ohio State players that are already on this B zone, so 2 ticks gonna be captured. I mean, just kind of a huge mistake coming through for Ohio, as they just kind of gave up the B site for free. Thankfully, they do take down the Ohio State players that were there. But moving over towards the A zone, you already have Juice here. Been having a great map so far, 18 and 13. Doing what he can here. You have Circumcised looking to get active. Circumcised, not able to get it though. You see trades going back and forth. It's going to be 1v1 on the point. Gimby versus Hazzy, and Gimby's going to win it, so the A zone may as well be finished. And you can see number 2 Juice kind of already transitioning over towards this this B zone. Not gonna grab onto it quite yet. You can see this is kind of like a big brain play coming out for Juice here. He's just kind of watching the spawn. And I'd get checked. I ain't gonna lie, I'd get checked if I was Sir Comes a lot. Juice hit the snappers. You can see only 1 person on the zone. So Ohio U, they have to get in. They have to go. Circumcised able to get the trade, but a lot of Ohio State players here. Oh no. Has he able to get in before the zone cap comes through? I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. There's just too many Ohio State players here. Juice able to find a kill. Comes down to 1v1. Juice is able to get it. So Juice is going to cap the zone. And that's going to be it. Ohio State's going to win the control 3-0, and they're also going to take the series in a 2-1 fashion. So who predicted that? Who was that? Silent. Yeah, you were right, man. You were right. 2-1. 2-1. Some nice hero plays coming through for Juice. Absolutely beaming so throughout this entire series, and definitely showing in control here. So yeah, that's going to be the end of Ohio University's season. Ohio State moves on, and they're going to take on Carleton. But stay tuned, though. Our next match is going to be streamed. It's going to be Rutgers versus Texas State. So we have the #1 seed taking on the #3 seed. So stay tuned for that.
GG.
GG's, man.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Come in just just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up now. Words spill out of your mouth. You wish you were someone else. I miss you, but I know you miss your old self too. Silver once golden. There's only so much holding on. You can't take when your mind's at stake. Oh wait, do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Some things I can't fix feels heavy on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hoping that I can't do, but I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, no, I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
All right, we're back. We got Texas State taking on Rutgers in winners finals. It's a winner final matchup here. Number 1 seed being Rutgers, number 3 seed being Texas State. Texas State looking pretty hot. They took down Ohio State yesterday in a 3-1 fashion, and yeah, kind of excited to see what they can do here against Rutgers, as they've been undefeated. Rutgers has yet to lose a match in this league, whether it be playoffs or regular season. So definitely like kind of a battle of the titans here, heading into the sub base, which is one of the maps that Texas State took off of Ohio State yesterday. Starting out here, we got Scripps. Nice 3-1 start for him. All the Rutgers players are going to be funneling over towards P5. So Ash is going to have to carry a lot of weight. Not able to get it. Anyways, Rutgers, pretty tight game so far. And Rutgers is going to find the break here, so going to be difficult for Texas State to break back in P2. Kind of a difficult hill to hold, or break, so to say. Got a couple Texas State players getting cheeky with it. They're going to find 4 down, actually. So the break does come through. The remaining 30 seconds looking like it's going to go towards Texas State. A couple of Rutgers players still here. We got number 7 Strike. Looking to get these last 20 seconds, but Ash is going to cut him down. The rotation to P3 is secured, though, for Rutgers. You got JM, top snow. Causing havoc over there. Trying to find these cleanup kills. Did DBoogie just spawn behind everyone? That's kind of interesting. I don't know what that was about. Regardless, though, Rutgers still in control of this hill. Texas State gonna have to break in. I don't think Texas State has had a rotation quite yet in this map. A co-caster for the night? Dude, that'd be actually lit, bro. Hold on a minute. That's actually, yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, I don't know. I get distracted sometimes, bro. I'm not gonna lie. So it'd be nice to have someone else there with me, bro. Oh, jeez. So the loser of this match is gonna go over to losers finals, and they'll be playing against the winner of Carleton or Buckeye Cod, so Ohio State. Texas State finally able to get a nice rotation over there. They've been getting a lot of kills, I noticed. Texas State has been doing a really good job at kind of playing together and getting kills together in waves. Got number 4 Scripps kind of getting active. Oh my goodness, he almost did it to him. Slody just kind of holding this P2 push. Not going to see any Rutgers players there, so we'll rotate over towards Maze, as they are going to reclaim this lead here. Yeah, Tactic, I'll get you in here after this map, if that's all right. I'll get you in. I'll invite you to Discord and stuff. We can get in there, change up the audio levels and whatnot. So, yeah, that'd be great, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Man, it's gonna be a great series. I don't know. It's gonna be best of 5 as well, because we got winners finals here. So all the series from here on out are gonna be best of 5s. So it's gonna be a long night. The winner of this will, of course, go on to grand finals, and there is a bracket reset that needs to be completed, given the team from losers bracket comes in and wins. So kind of a tall task, and whoever wins this series, I think, has a really good shot at winning the entire thing. And Texas State trying to get it done here. I mean, against this Rutgers team who's been perfect on the season. Jayhem, kind of the star of Rutgers, trying to do what he can. All tied up this first rotation. Last 20 seconds still being contested and fought for, but Rutgers is on it. I got you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Cade. I'm in. We can get some insight. That'd be nice. We can get some insight on the Texas State guys. see how their season's been and stuff. I know it's been kind of a roller coaster and stuff. They need you, bro. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, damn. It'd be nice if Tactic was still on the team, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, they've been a great squad to watch throughout the season. CCL, CXP, all that. I think, did they win the CXP Open? No, the club division. Did they win CXP Club? They may have won. I don't know. I'm not too sure, but they at least placed top 3 in CXP Club division. We got DOA turning heads and shit. All right, we got Ashes 6 and 14. Got to pick it up a little bit. Splody doing his thing. On the other side of it, it is Scripps though, a kill leader for Texas State. Kill leader for the lobby actually. He's already hit 20 kills. And when he's shooting like that, I mean, it's kind of hard to be surprised by that. I'm just playing his life here. In this little closet area here. It's going to get read out, but we'll be able to find one. Not the second, though. D-Boogie's going to get the trade, thankfully, so... Trade's going back and forth. Strike. Last one here. Texas State contesting. DOA's going to get the kill, so... Some nice discipline coming out for DOA. He's able to find himself 2 in a couple seconds on the hill, so... Some good fought time here for Texas State. Now you got second. Who won that? Who won the club? Huh. I'm like drawing a blank right now. Some weird timing right now. Oh my goodness. It was someone that no one really... Oh, it was Brock. That's who it was. It was Brock. I don't like the kids on Brock. Yeah. It was Brock. It was Cool Tux and all them. Okay, yeah, I remember you guys won the first best of 5 in a game 5 round 11. And then... Yeah, okay. I don't know. I had you guys win it at all. I don't know. I was expecting to see kind of you guys and Texas A&M in the finals. DOA playing a little corner here, able to take down Strike. Not having himself a great game. Sitting 8 kills. It's all right though. It's always time to turn it back around. But Texas State creeping up on that 200-point mark. Looks like these last 20 seconds are going to go towards Texas State here too. Break trying to come through here for Rutgers. DOA is there. He's hitting 2 pieces. He's been doing it all game, hitting the little 2 pieces. Last 10 seconds are going to go away to Texas State. And they're going to be up about 80 points here. Rotation, though, secured for Rutgers, so it's going to take the Texas State guys at least another like 10 seconds to get any kind of push going or any kind of break formed. D-Boogie going in the window, able to find one before getting traded out. Number 5's kind of in the back here. Don Julio. Very silly name. I like it though. It's cool. Rutgers still holding the Hillo, and so that's a beautiful nade coming out of Striker. Texas State eventually does get the break. They can't win it here though, unfortunately for them. They cannot win it here on this hill, but we'll see how things turn out here as Rutgers, I mean, came out pretty soft. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Rutgers hasn't been dominating in terms of the gunfights, you know? I just don't think they've been performing as well as they want to when it comes to killing in the slaying department. Rotations have been fine though. Just haven't been able to hold up with the gunny and the breaks of Texas State, you know? And if you are Texas State, you kind of really only need to break a little bit here and there for the scrap time of these next few hills if you want to, and still win the map. So definitely a strong map for Texas State. J-Hem, Splody. This is going to be the battle of the series, really. J-Hem versus Splody. As he gets stunned. You know what? I don't know what the stuns do in this game. I think they actually make you move. Like, I don't know. Usually a stun in a video game would be like something visual, but I actually think that the stuns in this game in particular, like, actually make your aim like terrible. You know what I mean? Like, usually you can just shake it off, but I don't know. This game is a little bit different, at least in my experience. Rutgers, though, fighting back. They brought back this game to a winnable situation here. Texas State does have control of P1, though, so Rutgers going to have to break in. Number 5, Don Julio, close to doing so, but Splodey's going to shut him down. Only 8 seconds left until Texas State wins this first map, and number 7 going to be the closest one here. So he has to find these kills. He needs to go, but I don't think he has enough time to go. Texas State, oh, from the top rope, strike from the top rope, able to find one, but just too many Texas State players around him. And Texas State going to come out and win map 1 convincingly. Everything you wanted to see if you're a Texas State fan, absolutely. I mean, Rutgers has been undefeated, so being able to take a first map win off of them, Splody 28-19, I mean, that's definitely a statement. All right, I got you. Let me get you in here, Cade.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I could push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Alrighty, looks like we're going to go ahead and get map 2 started underway. For those of you just now joining us, Texas State versus Rutgers here in the winners semifinals of the College Coliseum League. Texas State took map 1, 250 to 182-ish, somewhere around there. But coming into this invasion, not too sure about really either team's kind of S&D prowess, which is funny to say considering I am a Texas State alumni. But nonetheless, looks like Texas State is going to make pretty quick work out of Rutgers there, getting up pretty aggressive onto that street, and they're able to close out that first round pretty convincingly. Now, I'll tell me, with everything you've seen this kind of during the league, what are you thinking going into this map 2? With both of these teams, kind of what you've seen like in their records for the season, all that good stuff. Like, what are you kind of thinking going into this?
I mean, you know what? I mean, although Rutgers has been undefeated, I think that Texas State is definitely one of those teams where if they're hot, they're really hot. So, and I think we're catching them on one of their hot waves right now, as they were able to send Buckeye to the losers bracket. And I mean, they've just been looking good. So like, despite their record, I think they ended up ending the season like 5-2. But I think one of the losses was a forfeit, and then the other one was just I don't know. I think it was something else, but. Yeah, they have been a really good team throughout the entire season, whereas Rutgers has kind of been like having a lot of up and down with their talent level, I'd say, and where they stand.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, Texas State definitely kind of, if I had to put a winner right now, I would probably say Texas State is just a clear cut, just because they've been consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And, not too sure once again with the Rutgers camp, but I know that, in this past weekend that 3 of the Texas State guys did get a T-32. So it looks like it's been paying off somewhat well, but Jay Ham's finally going to unload the action. Looks like we're going to get trades back and forth. It does look like Rutgers has been able to take control of this point as well. All down left to Ashes now, and he is going to be made quick work of by Donner Julio and Striker 08X or 08X. Now, fun fact about this Striker guy, if I remember correctly, Striker was on the Halo team back whenever we were competing against them in collegiate Halo. So it's really interesting to kind of see kind of a rematch, right? Because Ashes was a part of that Halo team that Texas State went on to win that national championship with. I'm like 99% sure that this is the same Striker, but nonetheless, it was kind of a fun storyline that I just discovered recently, and made me even more excited for this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Correct me if I'm wrong. Who else was on Texas State for that Halo championship? Weren't you a player for Texas State? For the Halo team?
I was, So I was, it was me, it was Ashes, it was Chimpy, who is our club coordinator and kind of our analyst for the COD team. And then it was Draco, Draco is now a Texas State CCL alumni as well. And of course, a Halo national champion. So lots of great guys on that team, lots of great kind of familiarity. So being able to work with Ashes again, as kind of like the step-in coach, I guess, for lack of better words, has always been, so much fun just because he's been the kid for a while now. But going back into this map, it does look like Doa is finally going to start the action off, get that first blood. Rutgers trying to get into B. I haven't seen them pop a smoke yet. It looks like they're just going to go strictly gunfights, which I'm sure you know, but this is such a difficult plant point, like B is just so difficult to get into without any sort of smoke, stuns, whatever it is. And so Rutgers choosing to not throw any of those, it's kind of a interesting choice, but nonetheless, it does look like they were able to pick up one, even the odds out, 3v3 once again. And it does look like the pressure is going to get put onto Splody here. Ash is watching the cut, though, able to get one. Splody now trying to live for his life. Ash is with 2. Watching that cut. I mean, just beautiful work out of the Texas State side on defense. And like I was saying, if Rutgers would have thrown like at least one smoke to cut off Ashes here, would have made such a big difference for him. But Ash is watching that cut, able to get 3 that round. Really just great work out of Texas State.
Yeah, I mean, you could see there with you seen one of the Texas State players just kind of posted up. It was Ashes back on this barricade here. He was able to get the visual on all the Rutgers players just trying to cross over, and like you said, there was no smoke. So just kind of some nice kills falling in the lap of Ashes there, and definitely as you said earlier, B is a very difficult bomb site to work with, especially when you have Splody back on the tractor and you have Ashes back on the barricade. Definitely like kind of a death trap, so to say. So we'll see how Texas State is trying to adjust here. They're trying to call the cross, and it looks like Rutgers is going to be stacked up towards this B site, and Texas State adjusting to it as they're going to make their way over towards the A site. And the only player here is going to be D Boogie. He's going to give the comms to his teammates to try to come back over, and the nade does come through, taking out Doa. So a 3v4, but D-Boogie didn't spot the guy on the bomb, so Scripps still alive. Ash is watching over him, but does get taken down. It'll be a 2 versus 2 in the site. Both Texas State players are cooped up in the cafe, so we'll see how Rutgers looks at a retake.
Really interesting choices here. Splody is able to slide out with the rival, actually. Able to get one. Jayhem is able to bring it back down. Scripps is able to get one. It's now a 1v1. Scripps left with about 40 health. He is going to get the region, though. 20 seconds remaining. The pressure is now on Jayhem to finally close this round out. Scripps does get a little bit of unfortunate timing. Does see Jayhem. This is actually working out beautifully for Scripps. Jayhem looking around, trying to find him, just unable to do it. He has no choice but to try and defuse or get that kill, and it does look like he's just going to go and call the round there. Fortunately, not too much he's able to do other than put some bullets in Scripps' back and chalk it up for the next round. But
yeah.
I mean, nonetheless, really, really great plays out of Rutgers there. They were able to even the odds pretty quickly. Whenever I think the round opened up with a nade right off the rip to get things started. So really by Don Rahulio. So great work out of Rutgers to try and retake that round. Just looked like it might have been just a little bit too slow of a retake, and then finally, once they got it down to that 1v1, Jayhem kind of had a 50-50, knew he was somewhere on that A Street side, just ended up not working out too well for him. That's just how the cards fall sometimes, right?
Yep, I mean, it just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a game of timings, and we see it with the pros too. You see a lot of the COD timing is a renowned term in the Call of Duty community. And definitely we saw some of that coming into play there. Scripps able to get some beautiful timing though, and it did lead to a round win. So they're going to be up 3-1 in that search and destroy. And now if you are Rutgers, you're kind of in a position to where you need to make something happen here, because you don't want to start the series a little bit too late. We see that with a few teams where they kind of take too long to get started in a series, and then by that point it's just too late. So thankfully they're able to bounce back here with a round win as Rutgers is able to take down last player there from Texas State. And yeah, just we need to see more of that on a more consistent level if Rutgers wants to have a chance in the series.
Absolutely. And one key thing to note here is I think this is the third round, maybe just the second, but nonetheless, back-to-back rounds of first bloods being nades, right? That is just insane. I mean, Texas State is really going to have to start getting some trophies out a little bit earlier than what they might be assuming right now, because it just seems like Rutgers is just kind of using that utility a lot better. I know I was mentioning the smoke earlier, but, these opening nades are really causing some chaos for Texas State. So curious to see how they're bounced back from that. Rutgers able to bring it back up. We're going into this round 6 now, and so a little bit of information on the side of Texas State, but a pretty standard setup for the side of Rutgers on defense here. Now, one player I do want to keep my eye on is going to be that player sitting on mid-tank, Don Rahulio. This guy's been kind of a standout for me every time I've seen him play, not only because the name is a little trolly, but also just because he has some insane pop-off moments, right? And you see, the elephant in the room is you see a gamer tag like Don Rahulio, and you think, oh, no big deal. But then he's popping 2s, he's popping 3s, and this guy is really just kind of doing a lot of work for the team. Of course, as I say that, Rutgers is going to be good for 2. Don Rahulio is just going to be kind of waiting for his team. Now it's up for Texas State to go ahead and try and answer accordingly, to respond accordingly. Scripps with a pretty aggressive chow isn't able to lock that in. Looks like he is going to run. He's able to get out with his life, only 24 health.
Yeah, see, the only problem is that there's too many Rutgers players to deal with, and so they're able to find these chows onto the Texas State players who were just trying to get out with their lives. It seems like they were just trying to run away and try to find some magic happen, but I mean, it didn't fall in their way, and Jayham's able to get this last cleanup kill.
Absolutely. Yep, seeing some life out of Rutgers. I mean, like I said, I'm going into this S&D kind of blind, but right now I'm really, really enjoying what I'm seeing from both sides. I mean, excuse me, 3-3 now. I mean, this is exactly what you want from a caster perspective, right? You want it to be close. You don't want it to be a blowout. Now, if you're on the Texas State fan side or the Rutgers fan side, you might not be agreeing with us, but I love it. I love watching these close maps, and super excited to see what Rutgers is going to do on this offense now. It looks like they've been favoring B pretty heavily for the most part. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Rutgers has gone B every offensive round so far. So not seeing too much of a transition on the side of Texas State's defense. You would think they might want to try and rotate and get a bit more aggressive for the defensive setup on B, but nonetheless, going to get that bomb down. Don Rahulio once again being that bomb player. It is now a 4v2 for Rutgers. They're able to just get some free shots onto Doa as well, bringing him down to about half health. One thing to note, though, is going to be Scripps. It doesn't look like any players are aware of this player right here. Going to take the top broken. Doa's able to pick up one. He does get traded pretty quickly. Is he going to find this player? Yes, he does. Able to find one. Scripps now left in a 1v2 situation. Has the information on the player. A trophy is going to take out that stun. Just a really hard uphill battle, and yeah, it's not going to pay out. I mean, that's just such a hard situation to be in. They have trophies, right? It's the same thing we were talking about earlier. Utilities are everything, and those trophies are going to be so crucial. Once Rutgers got into a post-plant situation, they were really able to kind of push out and get all the control you needed for the point. So Rutgers taking the lead for the first time in this map. Really, it's now 4-3 going into this round 8. So looking forward to this. Now, just out of curiosity, what do you think Texas State's kind of intention is here for this offense?
You know, I think Texas State is kind of one of those teams where they're very decisive. You know what I mean? I typically when I watch them, I don't see them trying to play for picks too much. They usually pick a bomb site and then worry about things afterwards. As you can see here, they're kind of mounting their pressure over towards the A site. J-Hem going to be one calling across, but he does have a rival 9, so he's going to be able to get the info. But yeah, Texas State definitely a team where, you know, they want to go to a bomb site, they go there, and then they worry about maybe picks a little bit afterwards. And, you know, whether that's a good play call, I mean, we'll see if it works out for them as they're looking to get the bomb down. But J-Ham on the other side of things, able to get one. So, you know, numbers favoring Rutgers yet again. And I think that Rutgers has really come alive here in this latter half of the Search and Destroy. They were down 1-3 to start out with, and now they have a 2v4 on their hands to go up to 5-3. So kind of interesting to see how Rutgers has been able to kind of flip the script on Texas State here. Splody left in a 1 versus 3, but hey, look, definitely not anything given to you for free. As Splody, I'd say probably the best player on Texas State, so you definitely don't want to be playing against him in 1 versus 3. Fortunately, though, Don Julio has the rival 9, able to make quick work of Splody, and they're going to go up, and that was a swing round. I didn't even notice till now. It's a swing round, so Rutgers going to be on map point here, try to tie the series up.
Absolutely. Texas State with a lot of pressure now, having to get 3 in a row to take this map. But yeah, I mean, everything you just said, I completely agree with. Rutgers, I was a little bit hesitant about, I think it was J-Ham that was pushing all the way into Texas State spawn. But nonetheless, it ended up paying out. I think he had a 1v1 versus Ashes, and J-Ham did come out on top of that. So it paid out well, right? And a lot of the times what you'll see is in kind of these high pressure rounds, you're going to see a lot of default setups and one player kind of being the swing player, right? Like things are you're gonna bet all of your cards on one player to get that first blood, like in a BZ and FaZe situation. You know, he has one of the highest first blood payoffs out of everybody. So and FaZe plays according to that. You know, the rest of them are gonna default. And J-Ham, I mean, once again, looking at it, J-Ham is the farthest back up, and now we have Texas State just fully kind of covered, right? I mean, you have, yeah, they're all kind of trapped in that seedy area. We finally do see some pressure coming out from Doa as he tries to shoot the player off a bomb. Looks like it's gonna pay out, but that guy J-Ham, it looks like he's gonna hold trigger discipline. I love to see this. He's gonna hunt down that player.
Doa sees him though. Oh, not able to get the kill though. So J-Ham gonna be able to make this a 2 versus 3, and meanwhile the bomb went down. So kind of a 2v3 retake, and it looks like they're gonna be trying to fight through B Street to retake the bomb. The only problem is that you know, Rutgers has kind of like a very standard post-plant position here. You got one square, one back on the tractor, and one back near Palace. So they're kind of able to isolate Ashes and take care of him. And Scripps, last one up, he's going to get taken down too. So Rutgers going to get a nice map win here. They're going to be able to tie up the series 1-1. And kind of like, you know, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, did you expect Rutgers to come in and be able to take this map?
You know, somewhat I did. Realistically, in all the times I've worked with Texas State, I think a lot of their biggest issues have been in that search and destroy, just because they haven't gotten a lot of reps in it for scrims and all that good stuff. And I think it really starts to show, especially in these later rounds of tournaments like we saw here. Now, of course, individual skill will take you a long way, and I think that's what they've relied on to some degree. But nonetheless, I think that Rutgers definitely had more of a handle on what they wanted to accomplish with that invasion. And so for them to be able to pay out, and it paid out, right? They took the map 6-3, and they're able to tie the series back up to a map going into this control. So looking forward to it. But once again, if you're just now joining us, we just finished up map 2, Texas State versus Rutgers. We're going to go on a quick break, but when you come back, stay tuned because we do have a great control map in store for you. We'll see you in a bit.
seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Like for them just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Like for them just a time, just like another season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Like so long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Like so long, just a time, just like another season. Come my way this season.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget. But you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
All right, y'all, welcome back. Going into map 3 here, Texas State taking on Rutgers. Rutgers was able to, you know, bounce back in their search and destroy on Invasion just moments ago. Texas State did, however, have a convincing lead on the sub-base hardpoint to open us up in the series. So definitely Respawn's looking like they favor Texas State. But, you know, talking with my my friend here, Tactic, he said that maybe the record on Control for Texas State isn't as great as one might think. Can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so just looking over, you know, the leagues that Texas State was in, like CCL, CXP, this league as well, like, I think Control has always been kind of a sore spot for this team. And, you know, I don't think it's anything to do with, like, necessarily how the team works. I think it's just a matter of the play styles, and I don't think that it flows super well for Control, right? Especially on a big map such as Invasion. Now, with that in mind, this is their best, technically their best map whenever it comes to win-loss ratio for Control. So really, it's up in the air. I'm not too sure how this map is going to go. Of course, I am a little biased since I am from the Texas State camp, but I am going to be unbiased on this stream. And speaking of unbiased, this first map is going pretty accordingly to plan, right? I mean, kills are pretty even. Texas State starting off to cap that B point, get an extra minute on the timer. I mean, really just great stuff out of them, and we're starting to see Scripts get a little bit more map pressure as well, so these are things you love to see. I mean, right as I say that, J-Ham's able to be just an absolute detriment to the side of Texas State, able to take him down. Trades going back left and right, they're able to really kind of keep these kills even, and 19-19, a minute 40 left. What would your game plan be here if you were a player? How would you kind of attack this A point?
You know what, being somewhat experienced in losing a lot of Control games, I would say that one thing not to do is go towards, what's that side? The AS&D street, you know, like towards over there. I don't like fighting through there. Usually whenever I play, the play call is to work through the left side, through kind of like the spawn of Rutgers. So, I mean, I would be doing that if I was Texas State. But what they're doing, I mean, they're kind of just trying to bust through Cafe, which is looking like it's going to get shot down here. As all the Rutgers players are going to regain control of the site. You can see there, Texas State just now spawning up here. They have like about a minute left, but lives could come into consideration here. We have a 12 versus 13, and Rutgers looking to kind of push up and get some map control. They're able to pin Splody down. Meanwhile, Scripps able to take down one. So, I mean, if Texas State, if you're able to get a couple picks here, you might be able to find a nice transition over towards the A site, but stuns and grenades coming out, and you know, here we are. We have a battle over towards the middle side of the map.
Absolutely. You know, 11v11 still, and, you know, 30 seconds left. Time is always going to be the biggest enemy in Control, in my opinion. And Scripps is able to pick up 2, able to make some headway for the side of Texas State, but J-Ham's able to respond back with 1. Now, we do see that player number 7, Striker, is the lone player on that point, but really, Rutgers is kind of all covering all the places that you need to, right? You have J-Ham pushed up. He's able to get that pressure onto A Street, but just like that, 3 do go down for the side of Texas State, and that's probably going to be the last nail in the coffin for this offensive round. Only 2 seconds left. Scripps, the last remaining one, to be able to stop that timer, does get taken out. Rutgers able to take the first round of Control. Only 3 ticks as well, so that's definitely something to note.
Yeah, definitely something to note. Definitely something to keep in mind. I mean, you know, it could come into play here if we do end up going to a round 5. Now, kind of one thing I wanted to ask you, being someone who's historically been a very good player, I know you mentioned you had a top 16 in Modern Warfare 2019 as well as a top 32 in Cold War. So as someone who's been like kind of a good player historically, how would you go about breaking off? Like, what's your best break off, would you say?
So for Control, I think the biggest thing, you know, I was mentioning earlier that time is kind of the biggest enemy in Control, especially on the offensive side. So I think, you know, a great example that I like to use is the going back to Vanguard, right? Talking about Gavutu Control, or Gavutu Control. The whole point of capturing that first one, it was in the boat. The whole point of capturing that one was to only put 1 player on that point and then just to drain kills while the timer was stopped. Now, in Invasion, you kind of see a similar storyline if you're trying to push into that B point. You really only want to put 1 person on that point, and you really want to get the kills down to a certain degree. So that way, whenever you're starting to put pressure on A, the defending team really has to start thinking about how many lives are left for the round. right? And so that's why you see, like, we just saw Rutgers here try to make a push onto A, and that's okay. If you lose some lives in A, you just bounce back, you go capture B, you get that timer back up. See, now they're gonna have 2 minutes on the time clock once again, and they're down about 8 lives, you know, 22-22. This is really a prime situation if you're an offensive team trying to break into that A point. Just because you want to get those kills down on defense. You want to make them struggle with lives, because the lives on defense are weighed a lot more heavily than the lives on offense, you know? Because think about it, right? Like, you think about this map, you think about Karachi, like, if 3 or 4 go down, like, that's a cap on A. You know what I mean? And so you really have to start thinking about how defensively you want to make sure you're not all getting wiped, you're all spread out, but also being able to play each other's trades, all that good stuff. And just as I'm saying it, it does look like Texas 8 is in kind of a great position to be able to play trades, but also to have a good degree of map control, right? You have a player, 2 players in P1. JHam's able to slide through and is able to get onto A, but Scribbs is able to get one. Sploddy's able to answer with another. That is going to be 3 down for the side of Rutgers. Trying to get that 4th one. He is going to be one shot. It looks like he's going to be able to make his way out, but he is left alone over in Freezer while the rest of his players are going to be coming back into the game. Now, Don Julio being the first one up, it's going to be a big momentum switch if Don Julio is able to get one, such as there. That's going to be 2 dead, right? That's going to be the pressure. There's no one dead for the side of Texas, or no one dead for the side of Rutgers. Finally, Scripps is able to respond, but there it is, right? 3 go on to the side of A immediately once they kill those 3. And all that's left is now Scripps. Is he able to get one? He's able to cause some issues. Finally, it does look like Texas State is going to get in, but no! D-Boogie's able to get 2. He's going to be able to get that second tick, possibly. He's not. Sploddy's able to respond. 10 versus 11 now. Texas State versus Rutgers. Texas State struggling, but they're able to finally get back into that defensive setup now. Now, with only 45 seconds remaining, this is going to be kind of a tricky situation for Texas State to stay alive. Team Nate is going to come out, though, so it's going to be a 3v3, while the other 2 players are going to come off spawn. One player I do want to note, though, is going to be player number 7, Striker. Looks like he's going to get a freebie on Ashes. There it is. He's able to pick up 1. He is a key player, but Scripps is finally able to take him down. Scripps is going to be good for 2 there. Huge kills out of the side of Scripps. 8 versus 7 now, 20 seconds remaining. It looks like there's not a big chance of Rutgers winning this round. 8-6 now. However, Rutgers is up an extra tick compared to Texas State. Definitely something to keep in mind.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, you see it's not going to come down to lives here, as you said. Time is just the biggest, factor here in control. So, Rutgers not able to get anything going as oh, wait a minute. JM's on the zone. JM's on the zone with Striker. 4v4. It's a 4v4. So now it could come down to a team deathmatch. You have 2 players versus the entire Texas State squad as they're looking to push in here. Ash is able to find 1. DOA and Splody combined for all the rest of the kills. And Texas State with a heroic last-second saving victory here to be able to win that defensive round.
That, if I was Texas State, I would have been scared there. I mean, that just became strictly gunfight to gunfight. Texas State was able to win the 3, thankfully, and they were able to save that round. Now, did Rutgers get that second tick? Were you able to see? I can't remember if they did or not. I saw Scripps contesting at the end, but I'm not too sure if he got that tick.
I think they do have. I think they were able to get 2 ticks on that B zone. I think they were able to get 2 ticks. Yeah. So they are going to be able to beat Texas State out in ticks. Currently. As it stands, and as you can see here, there's a 4v4 going down over towards the A site. Trades going back and forth, even between both teams. Don Julio looking to get 2 though. Ashes hits a nice little 2-piece though. So Texas State able to get onto this this A zone. Meanwhile, you have the Rutgers players trying to go and reinforce it. 3 of these Rutgers players are going to be approaching and trying to break back in, but 1 tick has already been captured.
Absolutely, there they go. It looks like Rutgers is finally able to get back that control of A. Tick already gone, though, for the side of Rutgers, so that is something to keep in mind. But Texas State quickly rotating over to that B point, and now, I mean, just look at the positioning out of Rutgers. They're all on that left side of the map, so it's really crucial that they get back over there. D-Boogie with a massive 2 to kind of open up that initial push now. D-Boogie trying to get some nice plays. D-Boogie able to be good for 3, and then finally JHam is able to respond with a nade, and now it's just all Rutgers in the kill feed. Texas State down by 5 currently in lives. Not a single, or 1 tick on B rather, excuse me, so only 2 ticks in the round. Now it's a matter of just getting out of your spawn and getting those players off of that B point to get some more ticks.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, I mean, Texas State was in a very dangerous situation there. I mean, typically when teams get cleared off of both zones and get pushed back to being in the Palace, it's very hard for some teams to break out of there, but Texas State does a great job so far. Not able to completely cap the B zone as it's going to be contested here. Don Julio able to finish off the kills there onto Texas State, so they're going to try to drain this segment. But as you can see off the spawn, Texas State players only have 45 seconds to work with here, so they're going to try to commit all the resources towards the B cap. You can see Scripps and DOA here, the last one's up, as they're just trying to look and wait for the teammates to respawn, trying to make a move as they really need to get something going here in this round.
Absolutely, and I mean now there's just such a big kill difference. It really becomes difficult for that offensive side. You know, DOA is able to make some progress over to A, but immediately gets traded, right? Spody's just getting picked off by JHam over there, sitting on top broken. So it's really just becoming kind of a frantic situation for Texas State. They're just trying to answer. I mean, look, they're all just sprinting at the point. They're all just, I mean, the gunfights are just going the way of Rutgers. Only 5 seconds remaining. I don't even know if they'll be able to touch now. The Chow does come out, Spody does go down, and that is going to be the round. So only 2 ticks from the side of from Texas State there. So no matter what, I mean, unless Rutgers doesn't get a single tick and it comes down to lives, Rutgers is going to have that guaranteed defense, even if they get just 1 tick for round 5.
Yeah, you could see D Boogie. I mean, he's putting on a show. When I was, spectating him earlier, you seen he hit a nice little a 3-piece there. And one thing that I wanted to note about that play in particular is that D Boogie hit the door out of CDs and knew that someone was going to chow as soon as they heard the door. So, and he was anticipating that, so able to get the kill there. And I think that a lot of D Boogie's individual plays have led to Rutgers' success on this map in particular.
Absolutely. And one thing I do want to point out, look at the kills really quick before everything begins. 15 and 19 across the board, and then 19. I'm not sure if that's a bug. It does look like it is actually going to be a bug. But nonetheless, I just thought that was funny, because if that is accurate, that is just strictly teamwork, you know what I mean? And then you have D Boogie just almost double positive, really doing everything he can for his team. Speaking of team, it does look like Rutgers is going to get that cap, and they are double capping right now. So player already on A, JHam going massive, already able to get 2. This is dangerous.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is not looking good. Ash's big 1v1 here. Cruise missile is going to come out by D Boogie. Switching over to his perspective. Is he able to get 1? He's able to get 2. Ooh, that could be the dagger for the side of Texas State. How are they going to respond? They are able to pick him off thanks to a nice, oh my goodness, I can't think of the word. Nice pinch by the side of Texas State, but immediate pressure again coming from the side of Rutgers, and that second tick's already come through. Now, realistically, ticks don't matter since they already have the guaranteed defense, but nonetheless, it does matter if they get it, and they do. Wow, what a round out of Rutgers. I mean, just making quick work out of Texas State to win the round, or to win the map 3-1. I mean, just absolutely dominant map out of the side of Rutgers. So Rutgers taking the lead in the series now, 2-1. They could close it out here on this next hard point, which, if I remember correctly, let's see if I can pull up my notes.
It's going to be Rio hard point.
Rio. That's going to be
a little
fun
mixy.
one. I mean, that's mixed fest for sure. So looking forward to that. So make sure you stay tuned. If you want to stay up to date with these players, make sure to follow College Coliseum on Twitter as well, if you want to drop that handle real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll drop it in the chat for the Twitch viewers, and we'll be right back with Rio Hardpoint here in a minute.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map 4 of winners finals, Texas State versus Rutgers COD. Now, Rutgers COD does have the series lead right now, taking a convincing invasion control and then a nice invasion search and destroy as well. Going into this Rio S&D, though, an absolute mix fest. Texas State with the preferred side, able to take the initial time. Don Julio able to answer, though. J-Ham with another big gunfight on the other side of Don Julio. He is able to respond. That is going to be a clean wipe for the side of Texas State. Spody able to get back onto the map, looking for one. He's able to find one. Able to find 2 big ones. D-Boogie, though, with a nice trade. Now it comes down to a 1v1 once again. Scripps versus D-Boogie. D-Boogie is able to come out on top. And this is what I mean by mix fest, right? I mean, we are just seeing constant trades left and right. Finally, we are getting a little bit of a break, but right as I say that, the kill feed starts to light up once again. Trades going back and forth, pinstripe kill feed all around. Finally, D-Boogie does break up the pattern and does get a team kill, but it's good for Ashes as well, so...
Yeah, absolutely. You weren't kidding about the mix fest. I mean, wow. We're not even through the first hill yet, and we've seen, like, you know, at least a few team wipes come through so far. So finally going to be able to go over towards a new hill that's not so mixy. P2, where Rutgers is already set up. You have Striker just chilling on the hill behind the weenie stand over here. And you have number 4 in J-Ham just causing havoc. He will get taken down, though. So the offensive here coming through for Texas State is going to be on this ramp. As you can see, Scripps able to find one before getting backed down by Striker. D-Boogie looking over the squad here, and they're going to be able to find the kills here. So the last 2 players for Texas State, number 8, Splody, and number 5, DOA, looking to keep them off the point for as long as they can, and successful in doing so. Splody sitting at 7-3 right now, an absolute, you know, an absolute demon, even when it comes to using the AR on such a mixy map.
Absolutely. I mean, it just, you know, if you're not getting the good spawns to this hill, I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping a white, which Texas State did for a long time. Now, I think they could have squeezed a few seconds out of it, but nonetheless, looking at the rotation for this P3, does look like Texas State is going to be set up. Splody's going to be good for 1 on this back flank here. He's going to be good for 2. Beautiful kills out of Splody. And now Rutgers, it's time for them to respond. We're going to see one player kind of sneaking through blue, trying to do something. Player number 7 is going to try and find him. He does. Scripps is able to pick that player up. And there it is. 3 dead for the side of Rutgers. Texas State able to create some nice space on a very small map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you love to see that if you're a Texas State fan, just being able to hold Rutgers and having to have them respawn. It takes, you know, at least a good 10 to 15 seconds just to get back to be able to contest this hill in a team push here. So it's going to come through, but Mike Doa able to find 2, looking for the 3rd with a nade as he's getting active on the map. 6-6, but the team nade. Oh my goodness, DOA able to turn and get a 2-piece. He's been absolutely electric this entire series and really putting on a show here in Rio Hardpoint.
That was disgusting. Beautiful team. I'm pretty sure one of those players was naded by Ashes, but nonetheless, just a disgusting 3-piece from Doa. Definitely a big confidence booster for the player as well. I mean, that's just something you love to see if you are that player. So, you know, great stuff out of Texas State, but even with, you know, we were talking about all that time needed to get to the new hill. Even with all that, you know, Rutgers had a decent kind of cushion in order for them to be able to rotate. I think by the time Rutgers finally got to that P3, Texas State just ended up tying the map. So that's really, you know, where rotations are so crucial, you know? Like, yes, Rutgers had a big lead, but Texas State was able to rotate, and once they got 3 down, it gave them enough time to not even worry about trying to come back from a deficit, because by the time Rutgers was finally there, everything was tied up.
Yeah, sure, and I mean, you know, you'll love to see that if you are, you know, a fan of Texas State. I mean, you know, they have that little bit of cushion here, so even though they're going to get broken here for these last few seconds, Scripps trying to make some heroic plays, but D-Boogie's going to come out on the other side of things. You know, Rutgers trying to break away at that cushion, as you said, established by Texas State on that P3. So heading into this P5 here, which is also not traditionally a hill to get a lot of time, you know, Texas State and Rutgers going to be tied up going into this hill, and you see already Texas State finding some good kills here, trying to hold Rutgers away. And you know, this is one of those hills where, you know, if you're able to get a little bit of time, great. If not, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, pretty much a tied game here so far. And you know, just I want to ask you, historically, and just from what you've seen so far in the series, what's one thing about Texas State's rotation game or breaking game that you like the most?
So I definitely think breaking is kind of the like an important factor for Texas State. I've noticed that a lot of the times that they get the early rotation in, I've noticed that they're getting broken somewhat easily. So you'll notice that a lot of the times they'll give up rotation in favor of breaking a hill and getting the remaining scrap time on old. And I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I think, you know, against good teams like Rutgers, you have to be good at both kind of playing fields, right? Like we saw like Texas State is set up on a few of these hills initially, like that P3. They got broken, but then they were able to take it back thanks to Mike's 3-piece. You know what I mean? So it really boils down to how well are you going to be able to kind of adapt, because that's really what I think COD kind of boils down to. Is it's just a game of adapting and adaptability. I think it's super important that you don't have necessarily defaults in this game, whereas I think you need to quickly learn how to adjust to other players. Like, for example, such as this, Texas State knows that, or Rutgers rather knows that Texas State likes to get sub players pushed up. So what they do is they're leaving one player to contest over by the Esky and open stairs side, and then they're sending somebody over in that U area to go ahead and get that break in. So great teamwork out of the side of Texas, or out of the side of Rutgers, excuse me. But end of the day, this is still a super close game. I mean, Texas State's able to break away just for the remaining few seconds. They're going to have about a 10-point lead here, which that's a pretty close deficit. You know, this is a huge gunfight out of Doa here. He's not going to be pinched, actually. It looks like that player's going to run right past him in favor of finding scripts, but Doa's now left to his own devices. He's able to get some damage onto the player, unfortunately unable to commit to anything, and that's just not going to pay off well for Texas State. However, with that in mind, Texas State's already able to put some forward pressure on the side. Splodey's able to get a trophy down as well. Big gunfights out of the side of Splodey, living on this police car, is going to get traded. That's going to be 3 dead for the side of Rutgers.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that, true. I mean, you know, you saw Mike Doa. He got so much damage into every Rutgers player there, just not able to finish the kill. However, you know, it's little things like that that I think add up to the eventual break that did come through for Texas State, as, you know, all those players were weak. So when the reinforcements came, they had an easier time breaking into that hill. So the remaining few seconds are, again, going to go towards Texas State. And I think that if you're Texas State, you'll take that, right? I mean, this is one of those games where, you know, it's been extremely close. And, you know, so getting any amount of scrap time, even if it's just to put you up, you know, a good 15, 20 points, I mean, you'll take that, because it could be one of those games that just comes down to the wire.
Absolutely. And I mean, Doa is just frying right now. 20 and 14. He is doing it all for the side of Texas State. Contest is going to come through. A break is going to be good for the side of Texas State as well. However, Rutgers is able to respond with a quick 3, able to take him down. Scripps causing a lot of mayhem, though. Spawns are going to flip. Texas State now does have the preferred spawns for this hill. Nice contestation from the side of Don Julio, as D Boogie is going to try and break from that Esky side. Don Julio doing what he can to stay alive. He's able to find 1, but Scripps is able to pick it up. That's going to be 3 down for the side of Rutgers now. Texas State widening the gap up by about 20 now. J-Ham looking to do whatever he can. He's able to get 1. Splodey with a nice quick trade, though, over by that blue side. We're starting to see rotations come into play for both teams now, but Texas State is going to come out on top of both scrap and as well as the rotation. Everything is going the way of Texas State right now, all because of these individual plays, right? And P3 is just apparently where the magic happens. We are seeing insane kills coming out from both teams.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Watching Splodey's POV, I mean, he's kind of like Nero in a sense that he just gets kills he's not really supposed to. You know, he's one of those players where he'll pop a 2 or 3 piece and you're just like, wait a minute, did he just do that? Like, there's no way, right? You know, and I think that's eventually, you know, kind of been the dagger for the side of Rutgers in this map. I mean, you see these individual plays, you know, right when they get the break on P3, Scripps responds with a 2-piece, then Splodey responds with a 2-piece. So it's just been one of those things where the individual plays, like you said, have led to the 50-point discrepancy that we're now seeing in the score.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mean, even this scrap time, like, even if this goes to Rutgers, they're still going to be down by about 25. Excuse me. So, nonetheless, I mean, look at this. Texas State is just not giving them any breathing room at all. They're trying to get just 20 seconds of scrap time, and Texas State is not letting them do that. Now, going over to the rotation for P5, Ashes is able to win a crucial gunfight. This top bridge position is everything. Doa able to get another one with a nade, and I mean, it is just all Texas State in the kill feed right now. They're up by a good amount of kills as well. There's not a single negative player on the side of Texas State, and that's why we're seeing such a big lead difference now, right? A 40-point difference, and you can see that it is showing in the kill feed as well. I mean, like I said, nobody negative. Yeah, you have some players that are close to being negative, like Ashes and Scripps, but end of the day, those are the two sub players. You expect them to die a lot. You expect them to be sliding in, getting traded, all that good stuff. And so I'm not disliking anything I'm seeing from the side of Texas State. And really, Rutgers, they're not playing bad. It's just they're not winning a lot of the important gunfights that they need to. And that's why, you know, we're seeing here, even though it came down to a 2v2 on the map, Rutgers is able to come out on top of that hill because they won the important gunfights.
Yeah, sure. And you know what? I think that's you know, one of the key things that Rutgers really needed to do if they want to stay alive in this game and take us to you know, winners grand finals. You know, so I mean, just kind of interesting to see how things have played out on that P5. You know, Rutgers, they needed to bounce back and they did, but I mean, like, we're going back to this P1 where historically, like, Texas State and their subs have just been absolutely frying. So really looking at Ashes and Scripps to really put this game away.
Absolutely, and there it is again, another 3 dead for the side of Rutgers. Doa able to create some more map opening. He's able to widen that gap a little bit, but player number 2 and player number 3 do spawn out. Is Texas State going to read this? It looks like they're able to find one. Unfortunately not, though. It does look like actually Spody and Ashes are going to be good for 2. Striker able to respond. Ashes left alone now. It does look like he's finally going to be taken out, and that is going to create a little bit of pressure for the side of Texas State. This game is getting right back to where we started. It's super close. Only 20 seconds remaining on this hill. It does look like a kill streak is going to be called in by Splody to try and get them off of this point. Scripps is able to find one in response. Does look like that cruise is going to answer with Scripps being taken down on it, but Striker able to get those spawns over for his team. It does look like player number 6, Ashes, is going to be the one to try and hunt him down. Now, a player I really want to point out here is going to be J-Ham. What is he going to do? He is going to be a super critical player. It doesn't look like anyone from the side of Texas State is aware. It might have taken him a little bit too long, and now player number 3 is the one that's going to be important because he has a beautiful flank ahead. Is Texas State going to read that these spawns flipped? Yes, they do. Player number 5 is able to make it out. Doa, he's able to widen that gap. 230 to 220 now. This is a super close map. It is going to boil down to this P2, I think. If it does boil down to a P3, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, I mean, if you are Rutgers, you need to go because Texas State, they have an iron grip on this hill. Now, number 2 sneaks through, though. Number 2 able to find one, but, I mean, there's just too many Texas State players, and Doa pops a 2-piece, and that's going to send us over to a map 5.
There it is. Texas State able to close that map out 250 to 228, I think it was. Somewhere around there. Super entertaining map nonetheless. I mean, and really, I don't think the scoreline is truly representative of how kind of dominant. I mean, look at Mike, 32 and 24, almost 6K damage. I can't wait to see the kill, or kind of the kill feed here at the end, kind of what the final scoreboard looked like. Because to me, it looked like, yeah, I mean, Texas State, not a single player was negative on their end. So what that tells me is some things need to be tightened up in terms of team play, but their guns are shooting, and they are shooting good.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, as you said earlier, just the kills just favoring Texas State all the way. You know, so definitely kind of interested to see how they're going to be able to translate that to Search and Destroy, which is a slower paced game, paced game mode. We're going back into Rio for Search and Destroy, but it's just one of those things where I want to see if Texas State is able to slow down and really transition those kills into a win, because if they do, they're going to earn themselves a spot in Grand Finals. But with that being said, we're going to go to a short intermission here while we load up the next game. Oh yeah, let's go. All right, y'all, we're back. We got a Game 5 on our hands in the winners finals. Rutgers taking on Texas State. You know, Rutgers was able to go up 2-1, and then Texas State just responded on a real hard point, winning 250 to 221. So I mean, it really couldn't be closer here. And so what I'm really looking forward to is maybe a round 11, but we'll see when we get there. I mean, so one thing I wanted to ask you is, you know, how has Texas State been in their Game 5s?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been pretty good. You know, I feel like we have a pretty good conversion rate on the clutch factor in those map 5s. So now, you know, it gets you always get nervous around those round 11s. You know, it's always something to be cautious about. But you know, looking at this round 1, I mean, it's all Rutgers. You know, Ashes is finally able to respond with 1, but Scripps does get taken out, leaving Ashes in that 1v3 situation. Ashes is finally going to be caught, and that is going to be a round win for Rutgers. Now, taking an offense round win first round is always such a big kind of morale boost. You know what I mean? So many people think it's just going to be like defensive win versus defensive win. So being able to kind of break up that structure on how you think the flow of the map is going to go is always so nice as a player.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've noticed, like with this game in particular, is that offense generally has kind of an even time when it comes to winning. You know, I don't really see defense being favored as heavily in this title as we do in previous Call of Duties, for example, like Moscow Search and Destroy on Cold War, and just like those maps where traditionally defense you're almost guaranteed to win, barring you don't mess anything up. But you know, MW3 not really that kind of game.
Ooh. Wow. Well. Right as you finish that sentence, that round ended. That was a quick round out of Rutgers to take an early lead now, 2-0. And that's exactly what you want if you're a Rutgers fan. You know, they just quick work, no real. I think only one player died, so that's looking scary for Texas State. But I mean, that was just a good counter out of the side of Rutgers. It looks like they might have been watching some VOD, so good on them. Now going into this third round, I'm really curious to see what Rutgers is going to do. You know, they had a really successful B hit going into that first round, so curious if they're just going to kind of default to what worked for them last time, or if they're going to try and switch things up and keep Texas State on their toes.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that I've noticed too is each team kind of has like their bomb site that they like to work with, you know, most often. And I think for, you know, Texas State, you could probably provide more insight on that, but Rutgers going to try their hand here on the A site, and it's looking good so far. D-Boogie able to catch one out with the grenade, and then the second one onto Ashes, so some nice plays coming in through Rutgers. However, Scripps able to level the playing field. Ooh, D-Boogie's going to turn and burn on Splody, though.
Yeah.
So Scripps going to be left in a 1 versus 2 here, trying to retake the A site with a rival 9. It is, you know, possible, but like it's going to be hard. J-Ham and D-Boogie, 2 of the star players of Rutgers, having an iron grip here on this garage hill, and they're able to see the bomb from under the van too. So he has a work cut out for him for sure.
Absolutely. It looked like that information was given to him. Looks like that player and bike did see those the feet run across the map right through that little crack right there. So yeah, it looks like J-Ham was able to get the information. You saw the arrows get activated, and Scripps just left in a pretty bad situation overall. Once Splody went down, leaving him in that 1v2, it's so difficult. They had the information that Scripps was there and all that stuff. So Rutgers with a quick 3. I mean, this could be a pretty quick last map if Rutgers keeps this kind of energy up. Really wondering how Texas State is going to answer back now. You know, they haven't won a single round yet, so that, you know, it's entirely up to them on how they plan on playing this first round. And it does look like a trophy is going to go down for the side of Texas State towards that B side. So nice kill from the side of Scripps, going to give him a first blood. Players are going to be left pretty weak. Splody left in a corner. Bomb is going to go down. Post-plan situation now for the side of Texas State. Wondering how they're going to set up. I mean, Texas State does have a pretty great situation here. Ashes is holding those open steps. You got Splody watching top bridge. Does look like they are going to find Ashes though. And just like that, 3 are going to go down. Quick work made for the side of Rutgers once again. Noah trying to respond. Is he going to find him? He is. He doesn't know the last player's behind him, though.
Oh my gosh.
Is he able to get out?
No.
He's able to get out.
No.
Striker now has to chase him down. Only 10 seconds remaining. It looks like he's going to choose to sit on the bomb. Doa is going to go ahead and check that at 7.5. He is going to get that kill. Beautiful plays out of Mike. Just crazy timing for Striker. Really unfortunate timing. I don't know if y'all saw, but he went right down the escalators right as Doa was coming up those steps as well. So COD, man, all COD timing, and it really boiled down to Doa's favor. So Texas State finally able to get one on the board. Now going into this round 5, that could have been the breath of fresh air that Texas State needed. They are back on defense, so it is a little bit easier until that post plant scenario. So really curious to see kind of how the situation is going to load in. I mean, right now it looks like the players on Texas State aren't doing too good. Splody 0-4, Scripps 2-4, Ashes is 1-4. Doa the only one positive. So Doa doing a lot of the work, but Ashes is able to open this round up and get us that first blood. Scripps getting pretty aggressive over to bridge. He's able to make pretty quick work. It doesn't look like he's been spotted yet. Doesn't look like D-Book be spotted. This is a good gunfight for Scripps. He's able to select that. It is now a 3v2 situation now.
3v2, yeah, and I mean, it's hard to work with that too, especially if you're already established into this B site, because you have to pay attention to so many angles to get shot from. Thankfully, JHEM does, get Scripps and take care of him, and I think they might be calling to rewrap this, but Ashes is already on top of it, so it's going to leave Don Julio in a 1 versus 2, and wisely, Ashes just going to kind of run away and regroup with his teammate. Number 5, going to get the info onto Don Julio and able to catch him out, so a beautiful round coming in through Texas State. And I'll tell you what, that's the regain you needed. You never want to go down 4-1, or so being able to capitalize on the plays made by Ashes and Scripps, I think is something that's helping Texas State, and it could spell disaster for Rutgers later on in the series.
Absolutely, and you're entirely correct. It was a great play out of Ashes to just kind of run away. He knew that second player was there, and he probably knew he was weak. And so, a player who might not be, super smart would probably just take that chow. But Ashes, knowing what's on the line, decided to just back off that. And that's really what you want to see out of these kind of seasoned players, these competitive players. Is you could talk about your gun skill, but brains is really a big factor in COD as well. So really like to see that. And going into this round 5, or round 6 rather, excuse me. Really curious to see how that works out. JHEM unable to get any kills with that cruise, but the information is given, and that is crucial. However, looking at Striker, it does look like he might be able to find some information there. He hears the door open. Not a single player from Texas State is aware that he's over there. He's going to make his way around the back. Hasn't been able to find something. JHEM's going to actually be the one to open this this map up. Striker, though, the Predator waiting to pounce on his prey. Looks like the rest of Rutgers' team is doing all the work for him. Finally, the long route does pay off, and Rutgers is able to take that round. I mean, good lord, that guy was moving, and he just couldn't find anything because Rutgers started to take them all. But I mean, Rutgers up 4-2 now. It's going to be Texas State now faces an uphill battle. They can't let Rutgers get 2. Is kind of the thing I'd be saying. Is just take it one round at a time. Don't worry about the scoreboard, and just play what you know how to play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's really a good mindset to have if you are on the side of Texas State going into the swing round here. You want to take it one round at a time and not try to worry too much about, the score as it stands. Especially, I think one thing that kind of doesn't get mentioned too much is the mental of the players. You know what I mean? That's also something to take account of. So, being down 4-2 can have a mental impact on the players, but Texas State showing some resilience as DOA is able to find one. Don Julio responding with a pick of his own, but definitely something to look forward to if you are on the side of Texas State, is seeing if they can bounce back from this, not only mentally but also in the game.
Absolutely, and that was a big gunfight out of Ashes. He is able to come out on top, and JHEM is the player that you want to take out at this point. I mean, that guy, like, the scoreboard isn't showing it, but I think he's like 12-4 at this point or something crazy like that. So that's really the player that you want to be taking out. Nice kill by the side of Doa, leaving Don Julio in a 1v2 situation. Pressure is going to be on him. It looks like he got that information. Ashes, though, is going to get caught. Don Julio in pretty weak. He is going to be tagged up as well, so the region is not going to start over. Is Doa going to find him? Yes, he is. Doa able to keep Texas State alive and almost tie the game back up. Texas State now 3-4 versus Rutgers. Now, me personally, going into this round 8, I would just say, let's just keep the teamwork up. We just got to make sure that we're playing for each other's trades, because that's really a lot of what we're seeing, right? Is we're seeing a lot of kills go unanswered. Doa got that first blood. Nothing came out of it for the side of Rutgers. Then Splody trying to go on a flank got caught, and that kind of opened up the map for Rutgers. So it really just paid off that Splody did get caught. But I really want to start seeing both of these teams really start enforcing kind of more of a trade heavy game style rather than kind of these individual ones that we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what you see typically when it goes to the B bomb site. You don't see a lot of tradability typically, just because it's such an open site, and you don't usually stack all 4 players close together. As you can see here, only about 4 players around that area. So trade's not really going to come through as Rutgers is taking control of the B site. You can see number 7 here, Scripps, just kind of waiting to see if one of these players from Rutgers makes a mistake, trying to bait him out. As Jayhem will peek, but Scripps not able to find the kill. So it's going to be a 2 versus 4 here. Doa trying to even odds, does take out D-Boogie. So it's going to be a 2 versus 3. Thankfully, they do have possession of the bomb, so they could wrap if they wanted to. The only problem is you have number 3, Strike. Ooh, but he gets taken down by Doa. Doa having himself a great map. I mean, 11 and 4 right now. 1 off a cruise missile, which could spell disaster for the side of Rutgers. But number 4, Jayhem just kind of trying to play, and he doesn't get any good timing.
The timing works out for Scripps. Wow. Jayhem missed him by probably like 2 frames. I mean, that was just insane luck out of Scripps right there. But it does look like the pay is going to pay off. And yep, Jayhem's able to respond back. Jayhem now playing for his life. Oh, and it does look like Doa, that kind of star player of this last map, is able to find that. Texas State ties it back up. We're going into a round 9.
Yeah, Doa's been going crazy. Look, he's 12 and 4, triple positive, and not only that, but with that kill, he earns himself the cruise missile. So definitely, I'm looking at Rutgers to maybe play a bit more conservatively, because I'm not sure if they're aware, but yeah, Doa's going to have that cruise missile to work with, and so I think that's one thing that really can propel Texas State to win another round is being able to call that cruise missile at a good moment.
Absolutely, and getting that information above everything in S&D is just so crucial. So when you call that cruising, yeah, a kill is nice, but really, just having that information on where the other team is just so important. And so speaking of information, it does not look like Texas State is aware of this right now, but it all could be part of the factor because they know Doa does have that cruise. So just waiting to see how Texas State is going to respond with a free plant for the side of Rutgers. I mean, really nothing contested there. Does look like Rutgers is aware of the cruise missile, though. It looks like they're all going to be playing in kind of that cruise safe position. Ash is able to pick up that first blood, though. He's really able to kind of open that map up. 3v4 now for the side of Texas State, but a lot of pressure on them. They're going to have to not only find these kills, but also get that defuse. So really curious to see what they're going to do. They might be moving a little bit too slow, but Ash is able to find one. Player number 7 and 8 are going to go on that double flank, and all of a sudden, all the players of Rutgers are dead. Texas State finally takes the lead in this game 5. Round 10, Texas State is up 5-4.
They didn't even use the cruise missile either, so kind of like a mind game maybe being played between Texas State and Rutgers. Maybe Rutgers playing back towards those Eskies, being safe from the cruise missile that never really came through, as Doa maybe expected that and is trying to save the cruise missile for a situation like this, to where now they're up 5-4, and this could really help them close out the map here and the series.
Absolutely, and I mean, really, that's really just kind of great. That's just smart COD out of the Texas State guys, right? Like, I don't know if they knew, but Doa might have said, like, they're not going to be playing anywhere mid because he does have that cruise and they might know about it. So a lot of mind games, like you were saying, and Texas State was able to send those 2 people on the flank, and it just worked out so well because they knew they were all going to be kind of congregated in that one area. But going into this round 10 here, it does look like that Rutgers is going to get pretty aggressive on the side of B. That cruise missile is going to be called in by Doa. Getting that information, is he going to get a kill here? Does not look like it's going to pay off, unfortunately, but once again, like we were saying earlier, right, the information was given. Are we going to see an audible called for the side of Texas State? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you see kind of Jayhem and co just taking control of this B site, the cruise missile not able to connect, but Texas State able to get that information, and what they're going to do with that, as you see on the bottom side of your minimap, is they're going to be 4 hitting over towards the A site. So number 3 getting the information, going to be tagged down, but now they know, hey, Texas State, they're all coming through the A site, and Don Rujulio, number 1, able to find one off of that.
Absolutely. Splody able to respond, make it a 3v2, make that a 2v2 as Jayhem does get that trade. And it does look like Doa is going to make quick work of the rotation over to B. It looks like he's going to try and get something down. Ashes with a huge one. He is at 48 health. Are we going to see an immediate kill from the side of Rutgers? It doesn't look like it. Oh, this is a scary chow. But Doa going massive, able to find J-Ham. D-Boogie left alone in a 1v1 versus Doa himself. 10 seconds left. Doa still has to get that bomb. Nothing has been found yet. It does look like D-Boogie is gonna... Oh, he found him. Oh, is he gonna get the kill? Oh,
No!
he just found him. Wow.
You gotta be kidding me. You could
That
not
is
write that
insane.
better. Rutgers able to play their life, just, I mean, escaping by milliseconds. So, I mean, I don't know. It was a crazy sequence of events, and Doa doing everything he could, but just nothing coming to substance here for the Texas State squad on that offense. And, you know, this could spell disaster, too, because they're on offense again for this round 11.
Absolutely. Going into this round 11, I mean, this is where everything just has to be taken off the table. If I'm a sub, I'm saying, yo, Mike, follow me, get my trade at this point, because Doa is not missing. 14-4 right now. Looks like Texas State is going to opt in to play a bit more passive, try to find that pick. Same for Rutgers. It looks like they're all playing pretty scared in the back, which, look, I mean, only Texas State is now at that 50-yard line for the map as well. So a little bit of pressure coming from the side of Texas State, but neither team moving. Just waiting for the other team to make a mistake. We got 2 trophies over in that mid area as well near B-bomb for Rutgers. So that is something to keep in mind as well. Only 50 seconds remaining. It does look like player number 3 holding the information over to A. I mean, that player is going to be everything if Texas State decides to rotate over to A. But right now, it doesn't look like any moves are being made. However, just as I say that, it does look like we're going to see aggression over to B. Splody slid out onto you, trying to find just any player he can. Does get a trophy down. Shots fired. They know the information is there now.
Yeah, they have the information. I mean, this is great. If you're Texas State, this is great. I mean, you're going to be able to get the bomb down. Ashes does fall, but now if you're Texas State, you're able to back up and play for the positioning, and now you just need to keep the Rutgers players away from the bomb site. Now, they have congregated towards it. You have 3 players from Rutgers kind of making their way onto this bomb site. Doa, as you can see, him and his teammates just kind of trying to play the time here, and you can see Splody over there. I mean, they're really trying to milk this time and make sure that the Rutgers doesn't have enough time to work with.
Absolutely. 20 seconds left. Scripps is going to be taken down by Don Julio. Only 18 seconds left on the clock. The pressure is on Rutgers to find something. Spody's able to find one. Spody is left alone in a 1v1 situation. This player's going to have to chase him down. Is he going to have enough time? He runs right past him. He gets the kill, but he doesn't have enough time anymore. Texas State wins game 5 by time once again. Wow.
Oh my goodness. What is going on?
Beautiful plays from Splody to just lay down. He knew how much time was left. Texas State, I mean, I was nervous for them. Winning the round 11 by the game clock. I mean, just by the skin on their teeth. 2 rounds, keep in mind, 2 rounds back to back that went down to the time clock. So just a crazy map overall. J-Ham and Doa are both kind of the star players of that map. 14-7, 15-5 out of Doa. So 2,500 damage. I mean, he was doing it all for that team. Picked up important kills. I mean, really just great work out of the side of Texas State. And that's exactly what you like to see. Texas State is now holding a position in grand finals, waiting for the winner of Rutgers and Ohio State, now sitting in losers finals. We should be having a stream of that coming up here pretty soon, so don't go anywhere. Make sure to stay tuned, because here pretty shortly we will have Rutgers versus Ohio State.
Let's go.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away. Words spill out of your mouth. You wish you were someone else. I miss you, but I know you miss your old self too. Silver once golden. There's only so much holding on. You can't take when your mind's at stake. Oh wait, do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Some things I can't fix feels heavy on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hoping that I can't do what I'd rather lose. rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I'll find you in I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
All right, welcome back. We're here with losers finals. Only 3 teams remaining in the tournament: Ohio State, Rutgers, and Texas State. If you were in the stream earlier, you will know that Texas State just pulled off a massive Map 5 Round 11 victory against Rutgers, sending them to the losers bracket where they have to face a hot Ohio State, as they're going to find 4 down in the feed here. So Rutgers kind of looking like they might be in trouble here. Ohio State, not one that I predicted was going to be in the losers bracket as early on as they were, but definitely a good matchup to look forward to between these 2 teams, as they're both pretty good, and they both are in the Big Ten, I believe, in terms of sports.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, I'm super excited for this matchup just because I feel like, you know, that's one of the best things about these smaller non-scholarship leagues, is you really get to see a lot of these players who, like, these 4 players, they're not on their teams for scholarship. They're purely doing it for passion of the game and passion for representing their schools. And with big names like Rutgers and Ohio State, like you were mentioning, big sports schools as well, it's always great to see players kind of paving that path for the esports side of things at these colleges. But jumping back into this game, Ohio State doing what they can to stay into it. So they just took the lead now, 25-22. Juice is doing a lot for his team right now. 4-1, make that 4-2 as Don Julio slides out and is able to pick that up. That's going to be 3 dead for the side of Ohio State. Rutgers is able to get the map control. They're able to get on the point, and they're able to flip. Just overall, a perfect situation for Rutgers.
Yeah, definitely what you want to see too. You don't want to get in the blender too early here on Rio, because, oh man, you know it can be punishing. Definitely a player that I want to look out for in particular is Enigma. He's been electric all day. You know, I've been casting their matches both today and yesterday, and I'll tell you what, watching Kevin Enigma play is definitely kind of like Splody in a way, where he just gets these 2 pieces where you're like, huh? Like, are you sure you're supposed to be getting, you know what I mean? And you kind of you see it there as he rips Don Julio there, but regardless, though, I mean, kills don't matter if you lose. So, you know, a big match between these 2 teams, and as we can see on this P3 rotation, Ohio State having control, but Rutgers looking to find their way in, as they're going to find all these kills. They have a lot of pinches set up, and Don Julio is going to find 2, and eventually it's going to lead to the break. However, Ohio State is spawning in the back, so you'll take that if you are Ohio State. The only problem is that D-Boogie is in your spawn, and he's causing a ruckus. 9-3, already has a cruise missile to work with, and 30 seconds remaining, where Rutgers is looking like they're favored to get the scrap time here.
Absolutely, and I know that's gotta hurt for Ohio State. You know, they got the early rotation. They were ready to get some initial time, and then Rutgers just immediately rotated and got that pressure put on them pretty instantaneously. And so didn't pay off too well for Ohio State and their setup. But nonetheless, you know, going into the remaining time, the remaining 12 for this last hill, it does look like Rutgers is gonna stay kind of on top of it, as well as get the rotation. So I mean, they're on top of really everything right now. They're not giving Ohio any space to breathe. Finally, Jackson Gimby are able to get Gimby are able to get 2 back-to-back. They're able to keep that time white for some time, as they allow one of their other players, they allow Juice to get on that point, but D-Boogie going immediately in is able to pick him up. That's going to be 3 dead for the side of Rutgers or for the side of Ohio State rather, once again. And just Rutgers after Rutgers. They are just doing everything on the map right now. Super big deficit. I mean, that's almost a 60-point deficit, almost 61 points. So pretty big difference. And I mean, really just all these gunfights are pretty much going the way of Rutgers, and that's mainly due to D-Boogie, right? Like, he's double positive. He's really doing everything he can by rotating, by getting these entry kills, doing so much. But Ohio State finally does have some breathing room. Only 1 person left over at the side of Old. 15 seconds, though, isn't going to get you the lead. So Ohio State now eyeballing the rotation.
Yeah, and you really needed that hill if you're Ohio State. You needed to bounce back into this game somehow, some way, and they were able to do so on that P4 hill. You know, going into this P5, you know, we don't see a lot of teams get a lot of time here, but Rutgers, I mean, you'll be happy to get what you can here. You're leading them by about 50 points at this moment in time, and you know, if you're Ohio State, one of the things that I'm looking for them to do is play a bit disciplined and play for the break. You know, it's easy once you go down and score. It's easy to just kind of try to flood at things and try to change things and get things going. But one of the things that Ohio State's been good with is just playing kind of discipline and grouping up and playing together as a team. So interested to see how they bounce back from this, as Rutgers is coming off of a very hot loss against Texas State. So the guns are a little bit warm here for Rutgers, but Ohio State still putting up a good fight and kind of not able to get the scrap time, but looking to regain control of this map as Ohio State, as they're mounting a offensive towards P1.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, if Ohio State was looking to kind of go over this VOD, one thing that's really interesting right now is Ohio State is ahead in kills. So what that leads me to believe is that Ohio State just isn't prioritizing the hill as much as Rutgers is, because it's a pretty, I mean, it's not a sizable difference, but it's noticeable. And so the fact that Ohio State is down by almost 50 points again, it's telling us something, right? It's telling us that Ohio State really isn't playing kind of the fundamentals of hardpoint. They're not playing for those points at the end of the day. It looks almost like they're playing more so for those kills.
Yeah, definitely. And a map like Rio, I mean, that's understandable to an extent, but Rutgers is matching the pace of them, and they're able to translate these kills to time, even though they're not getting as many of them, which is one thing that Rutgers has been doing so well throughout this series and the last series. They're not ones to chase kills too often, but the kills that they do get are highly influential, and you're seeing that translate in this game.
Absolutely. That was a crazy gunfight from Striker and Juice. Went down to a beatdown, but Striker was able to come out on top. Jack's able to get the trade, though, so he's able to create some initial pressure alongside Gimby over towards that P2 hill. Looks like they're going to try and get that initial time. It doesn't look like Ohio State is going to be there for the rotation, though. Now a 60-point difference. I mean, this is looking pretty deadly for Ohio State. You know, they're kind of scrambling at this point. You know, player number 2 and player number 4 are just waiting for players, the other players hitting the flank to get activated. Finally, Enigma and Jax are able to get 2, make that 3. But really, is it going to be too little too late? They're down by 80 points now, and even now, they're still not getting on the point because it's just Enigma. So really curious to see if Ohio State is going to be able to dig themselves out of this hole that they put themselves into. But just look at the setup from Rutgers here. I mean, they have everyone surrounding it. Ohio State is able to get 3, but Rutgers is able to respond with 3, leaving Enigma in a 1v1. Now it's going to be a 2v1, so a dangerous situation, and D-Boogie is going to come out on top. I mean, 21-13. Don't chow this guy right now.
Yeah, don't chow him. He has a cruise missile. He's on a 4 spree. I mean, I'd pull out the iPad right now, and I'd be calling that thing in. I mean, you're up over 100 points at this point. And like you saw earlier, they got the 3 down. The only player left alive on the hill for Rutgers was, I believe, D-Buggy, but just not able to really get anything going. And that's kind of what you see is a lot of the kills going the way of Ohio State, but not a lot of time. So thankfully here, we're going to see 3 down, and they're going to be able to get onto this hill. So we're not going to see a 100-point club or anything like that, but you know, that's just one thing that Ohio State really needs to capitalize and really needs to fix if they want to be able to go to grand finals against Texas State. They need to fix their kills translating into hill time, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now on this P3.
Yep, absolutely. Finally starting to see some life from the side of Ohio State. They're really able to translate those kills over into points as well. Even if they get the remainder of this time, still going to be down by a whole hill, though. So Ohio State has the match, you know, cut out for them. They're really going to have to step up and do what they can. And it's all starting with Jax on this 5 here. Hopefully, we're going to see him get a cruise. He chokes it. He's not able to get it. Gimby is going to get the team kill. Gimby's able to pick up 1, though. He's able to pick up 2. He does finally get traded. Juice trying to find that last player. It looks like he's going to slide out to at least contest it. He is able to get that kill, and finally Ohio State is going to be back on the hill time. Now contested by Donner Julio. It is going to be 3 dead for the side of Rutgers. Ohio State getting some breathing room, finally able to get back on this time. We do hear that cruise missile come in from the side of Rutgers, I believe. It is indeed going to be Rutgers' cruise, D-Boogie. So now it's going to be 2 for the side of D-Boogie now, as he gets 1 with the cruise and 1 with the sub. Finds that 3rd player, is able to get him, but does immediately get traded out by Juice. Jack's able to respond. Juice able to get another. That is going to be 2 down, and Ohio State is still on the time. They are fighting tooth and nail for every single kill here. Teammate does not help the side of Rutgers either, but nonetheless, if Ohio State gets the remainder of this time, they're now only going to be down by 30 seconds. So this is pretty big for the side of, or 20 seconds almost rather, excuse me. So pretty big for the side of Ohio State. We're starting to see a slight comeback come out of Ohio State, and I think one thing you can mention is, like, you're right, Rutgers did just come out of a series, whereas Ohio State has just been kind of waiting in the rafters. But looks like Ohio State's finally starting to wake up. Beautiful kill from Juice. He's able to slide out, immediately going for the contest as well. Is not able to capitalize on D-Boogie. D-Boogie is just everything still for the side of Rutgers. Finally, Rutgers is able to get on that time. They're going to cross that 2-century threshold. Waiting to see how Ohio State respond. Jax opening it up with a 2-piece. Make that 3 for the side of Ohio State. They are awake now, fellas. They are going in for it. If they get the remainder of this hill, we are going to see a tied game.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where, like, you love to see what's coming out of the side of Ohio State right now. You really do. The only problem is that it might be too late. The thing is, Rutgers already still has a 30-point lead over Ohio State. Now, although they are chipping it away at it, and if they do get these remaining 20 seconds, it will be practically a tied game at that point. But I guess the biggest question is, would it be too late at that point? As we see D-Boogie, he's just popping two-piece after two-piece. Already has 30 kills in this map, and trying to extend that, but Ohio State winning all the crucial gunfights over here towards old, and they're also looking to rotate towards new. So definitely a map that could go the distance, but you know, just one of those things where you have to wonder if it's too late. Juice, he's putting on a Clayton right now. He's going to find a 6 Bri, able to get a cruise missile, and so that'll definitely help control not only P1 but P2 if it does go there.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is just exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of Ohio State. They've been able to dig their way back into this game, but now it's about trying to push over and get that lead. I don't think Ohio State has had the lead one time in this game by beyond 10 points. Big 360 out of Don Julio right there. He's able to connect on 2, and it does look like Rutgers is going to try and contest. Is he able to find the 3rd? No, he's not. Jax is able to get 2, make that 3 for the side of Ohio State. They are slowly going to be able to dig their way back into this. They are now crossing the 2-century threshold as well. We're starting to see both teams slowly start to rotate. They're thinking about that rotation to P2. This is what it's all going to boil down to. Massive 2 out of the side of Jax. He is going to be the 3rd player in this game to get over that 30 kill mark. And I mean, Ohio State is awake, and they're going to be shooting. We're going to see a lead change now. It is going to be 221 to 215 at the end of this. Rutgers is not in a position to even get the initial time either. So this is a big kill from D-Boogie. How is Ohio State going to respond?
Ohio State has been ripping ever since we really kind of called out their kill issue. But, I mean, D-Boogie doing what he can. He's been an absolute hero throughout the entire map. Ohio State has a 10-point lead. They only need 25 seconds left before they claim map 1, as well as Juice having that cruise missile to work with. So, yeah, just some great plays coming out from both teams. And Ohio State, I mean, it's very typical. They've been able to get themselves back into this game after being down almost over 100 points. So great stuff out of them. And Gimby's actually going to be able to find 2 on the hill, so they can still win it here. They only need about 15 seconds left at this point in time to win the game, and you have Ohio State players kind of getting pushed up too. So if you are Rutgers, I mean, what do you even do here?
Absolutely. I mean, it's getting pretty difficult. As you can see, they're trying to get frantic. They just had to beat bully the front, and it did not pay out. What an insane comeback from Ohio State. They basically played this whole map from the behind, but then they were able to come back and take the win. That is going to be a dagger for Rutgers mental, and hopefully they're able to bounce back. But wow, what an insane map 1 to start off this losers finals. I mean, seriously, Ohio State, they might have been shooting at first, but like we were saying, the fundamentals just weren't there. Finally, they started to realize that, yo, we're gunning these guys. Let's just play the hill. They were able to pick it up, and I mean, just look at the kill feed, right? We had 3 players on the side of Ohio State with 30 kills. I mean, D-Boogie did everything he could. He had 66 engagements overall, but once you're looking at Enigma 35 and 25, Jax 32 and 19, it really starts to show kind of the kill differential there. So what an insane map 1 out of Ohio State to start this series off. Don't go anywhere, folks. That is just map 1 in this series. As we mentioned, we still could potentially have 4 more lined up, but at minimum, we only have 2 left. So make sure to stay tuned, and we will be back shortly with a search and destroy.
Ooh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a Map 2 Invasion Search and Destroy. We got Ohio State versus Rutgers. For those of you who just missed out, you missed out on a great map. Ohio State was able to come back and take Map 1 Rio. 250 to 228, some number like that. But nonetheless, Ohio State has woken up, and I'm super excited to see how they play this this Invasion Search. Enigma is going to be the one to open us up here, get that first blood, make it a 4v3. And at this point, it looks like Ohio State is going to be pretty aggressive over towards B. But player number 4 is making me curious. He's just lurking, trying to see if anybody's going to go for a deep flank. But Ohio State finally able to get some pressure onto the B point. They're finally able to get some control. Rutgers is able to respond, but Jax does get activated. And finally, Ohio State makes quick work out of Rutgers to go up 1-0.
Oof, yeah, and that's just a clinical round too. You know, Enigma, he found the first blood, and then I think Striker was just kind of sitting out in the open, so he got taken care of with the double chow coming through. And then one thing that I want to notice and touch on that you mentioned earlier is that that player that kind of plays on an island from Ohio State. It's Jax. It will always be Jax. He will always be on an island, and whenever you see him isolated from the pack, you know that it's him, and he's going to hit a pinch, as you saw there, and that's what ultimately translated to them winning the round. So definitely interesting to see how they play Search and Destroy, because I would say it's pretty non-traditional. Usually you see a lot of 4 hits coming through for the side of a lot of teams, but Jax being that player who just kind of takes the long route, goes all the way around every single player, including JNATHYN, as you just saw, to get an angle on these Rutgers players that are not going to be expecting this. So he's able to find one on the Dawn. Yeah,
absolutely. Jax is able to find that first one after that long route, exactly like you were saying. His team is just trusting him to be kind of that swing player. Everything kind of relies on that one player in those situations, but Jham's able to respond. He's able to get 2 this round as well. So Jham now, or Gimby, now left alone in a 1v2 situation. They know where he is. This is just not looking good for him. They are able to slide in. Gimby's able to get 1 in the smoke. He is not able to get the second. Rutgers is able to tie this map up 1-1. That would have been a crazy clutch. I mean, I saw the smoke come out, and it was definitely doable, definitely possible. But unfortunately, the rival is just still the most insane gun, unless you're playing ranked, in which case you know that the Ram is a pretty dangerous demon now. Can't wait for that to go away on Tuesday. But nonetheless, CDL rules, MCW, the rival is by far king. This is one of the best subs we've had in years, so our sub players are eating it up. And as we just saw right there, I mean, it gives them so much ability to just be able to play aggressive with that sub and get up in their face. But nonetheless, going into this next round, looks like Rutgers is going to be able to kind of recognize what Ohio State did in that first round, and they're playing a lot more heavy over towards that B site. Now, one thing that's crucial here is that Jham does get into Broken Unseen. I don't know if he did. It looks like he did, and he is not able to connect. He does not get the blood. Wow, Ohio State is actually going to make quick work of it. Rutgers now left in a 1v4 D-Boogie. I guess if any player you would want it to be D-Boogie or Jham to be left in this situation, but neither way, it is not looking pretty. D-Boogie able to find 1 though, able to even the odds to some degree. 1v3.
Woo! Beautiful nade.
Out though. Nice Kobe from the side of Ohio State to take him out. Did not even give him the chance to perform any sort of miracle.
Not at all. I mean, you see, look at this nade placement. I don't know. That's insane. You know, D-Boogie, like you said, probably the person you'd want to have in the 1 versus 4, but I mean, the Ohio State players not usually one to allow those clutches to come through. And just earlier, Jham, if he would have got 1 or 2 kills, the round would have played out a bit different. But he just, you know, he saw like 3 Ohio State players. He was like, oh no. So he got taken care of pretty quickly. So a good mid-map adjustment coming through for Rutgers. Sadly, though, it just didn't translate to anything, as now they're going to find themselves trailing here in the Search and Destroy.
Absolutely. Gimby's able to open up as well, get that first blood. Now trying to find some information. He does know where 2 players are, but if you're looking at it, Juice is able to make quick work. He's able to get 1. He does get prone block. He's not able to find it. Is he able to connect? He is. He pulls out the Renetti. And once again, Jham now left alone in a 1v4. Ohio State is just... They're putting immense pressure on Rutgers, and I don't think that Rutgers has been able to respond that well for the most part. I mean, we're seeing kind of some life, right? We're seeing Jham able to pick up 1 here, but if you look at it, it looks like Ohio State knows where this bomb is, and they're just all turtled around it. They're going to make Jham's job so difficult, and they're all playing so composed as well. They're not giving him any room to get out, to make any sort of plays, and JM, his back is to the wall here. He's just really going to have to hope that Ohio State kind of loosens up and messes up in this scenario, but it's not looking likely.
Yeah, not at all. And that's one of the things that I mentioned and touched on earlier in the series is that Ohio State just plays so disciplined. They played very disciplined COD throughout this entire season, and you're seeing that come into effect here where it actually matters, and they're taking on Rutgers in losers finals. You know, they're able to kind of stick together. They know they have bomb down, and you don't see players, you know, roaming around trying to hunt for this last player. They're pretty much playing disciplined, which allows them to guarantee victory at that point. So definitely something that Ohio State's been really good at. And Rutgers, I mean, kind of untested in that realm just because we haven't been able to see them in those situations. It's usually been a 1v4 or a 1v3 situation, which Rutgers finds themselves in. So Rutgers needs to find something. They need to find it quick.
Absolutely. And then, you know, we're seeing, I mean, look, this is almost identical to what we saw last round. I really want to see something more out of the side of Rutgers. You know, they're playing pretty defensively, I guess would be a good word. I know they're on defense, but they're playing pretty tightly together. And I don't know if it's paying off as well as they would like to. Like, Donner Julio is able to get the information here, yeah, but I don't know how well it's going to pay off just because you have essentially 3 players over to that B side. And if Jags is able to find this kill, that's almost certainly going to, you know, allow them to get that bomb down over towards A. So curious to see how that's going to work out. Jayhem is able to get the first blood, though. So that is something that Rutgers is going to need. It looks like they're going to be good for 2. Donner Julio's patience does pay off. He gets the information on Jax as well. Jax is going to make quick work and get out of there. But it does look like Donner Julio is going to chase him down. And he is. So now Gimby left in a 1v4. We're seeing a lot of these.
Yeah, a lot of one-sided rounds. A lot of one-sided rounds. Yep, absolutely. As you see Gimby trying to do what he can. He's getting peppered down with shots, though. Jayhem and the rest of the Rutgers boys are going to be able to clean him up. And I mean, you really needed that if you were Rutgers because things could have got ugly really quickly. So it's nice to see them bounce back. It's nice to see that resilience and kind of that discipline coming through here. Jayhem just kind of peppering down a little bit of shots to wait for Donner Julio and eventually take care of Gimby. So definitely nice to see, and you know, I personally would like if this went to around 11, but with the way Ohio State's been playing, I just don't see that happening. You know, you see all these sub players, namely for Ohio State, just getting very active and being able to get these picks. And one thing that I don't think Rutgers has done a good job of so far in this map is accounting for Jax. Jax is always going to be behind you. He's always going to find a net to slip through, and that's just something that I haven't seen Rutgers really counter so far.
Absolutely, yeah. And it looks like they're trying to this round. You know, it looks like, excuse me, they're playing a bit more towards that A side, which I think this is the first time we've seen an A hit come out of either team. But either way, D-Boogie able to get that first blood onto Juice. So looking like it could be pretty good for Rutgers. They might be able to tie this round out, but the smoke is going to pop in that kind of center courtyard area. Jax is able to find one. He's going to slide out. Isn't able to find the second. Jayham's able to answer. It's all of a sudden a 2v2 now. Ohio State versus Rutgers. Looks like that bomb is going to be planted as well. How are they going to answer? Player number 2 slowly making their way up the dark. Player number 1 playing nice and patient. Looks like they're going to play a little bit in tandem here. Looks like they're just trying to get some information. Smoke coming out. Going to cause a little bit of confusion. Is it going to pay off though? Gimby taking kind of a longer route. Enigma knows where D-Boogie is, waiting to find that other player. Gimby does get activated. D-Boogie is going to be on the hunt for him. They know where he is. Gimby does do the turn and burn, able to get it. Clinical work out of Ohio State there. They're able to take the lead 4-2 now, which if you're Rutgers, that is that's not a pretty number to be sitting on.
Yeah, you really didn't want that to happen if you're Rutgers. I think Gimby was able to spot out Jayhem and knew that he was going to be pushing. So, you know, having that information really helped Ohio State capitalize on that round and just kind of play very just great COD. They were playing together. They kind of played in tandem with each other. Just by the way I looked at the mini-map, you could see the way these Ohio State players are you know, cooperating with each other to get plays going. And, you know, you're seeing that reflect on the score. It's 4-2 right now, and just I haven't really seen Rutgers be able to play like that quite yet in this map. I need to see more teamwork coming out of them. I need to see more tradability, and I need to see more coordination because right now Ohio State has their number.
Absolutely. Alrighty, going into this round number 7 now. Does look like Juice is going to get us started off, but you know, looking at player number 8, Striker, he's in a great position to potentially get something done here. Looks like he's gonna play a little passive. The information, the gunfight, he is able to come out on top. Striker's able to even it up, but Gimby and Enigma are able to respond. JHM now left in another 1v odd situation. Curious to see how he's gonna play this. It doesn't look like he's gonna recognize that a player is top sand, and Ohio State is going to take the round and now be on game point 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful. I mean, you know, just as a typical Jax play, of course. Like, he's either in their spawn or he's in our spawn. This time, able to get the kill on a JHM there, left into 1 versus 3. And like you mentioned earlier on in the map, it's just kind of these very dominant rounds from either team. You know, obviously Ohio State has more of them, but just like these 1v2, 1v3 situations we've seen just the entire game. And Ohio State really showing that, you know, they're not one to be taken lightly, especially when it comes to search and destroy.
Absolutely. Now, it does look like Rutgers is going to choose to play a bit more together this round, knowing that this could be their last round. So, going to have a pretty aggressive hit over to B, some nice shots to pepper him up, but no kills thus far. Looking at Don Julio, he's interested in that flank, making sure that nobody's going to creep around. Shots coming out, nobody going down just yet. I don't know if the smokes have been utilized. It looks like a stun is going to connect onto his teammate by JHM there. And here we go. This is where the smoke begins. This is where the chaos begins to ensue. Jax gets a little bit of bad timing on the player that's crossing to dark. It does look like Ohio State is going to slowly start to cross, or rather Rutgers is going to cross. D-Boogie's able to get one. JHM's able to get a second, and all of a sudden Rutgers is going to have control of that B site. Now, it does look like that bomb is going to go down. Gimby is able to respond by getting a trophy kill, though. So 3v2 now. So this is definitely still possible. And all of a sudden, it's a 2v2. I mean, this is still a very winnable round for Ohio State. The bomb is down, though, so the pressure is there.
Yeah, the pressure's there. The only problem is that, you know, once you get the bomb down and you have one over towards square and one over towards his back tractor, it's so difficult to retake, especially if you don't have a smoke to work with. So Juice and Jax kind of trying to do some bait and switch action here, but Striker not having any of that. He's going to be able to find one. The chow doesn't come through, and Don Julio cleans it up. So Rutgers with a nice response. They're able to find themselves a nice third round. But, I mean, will it be enough? It might be a little bit too late for them to come back into this map, but just, you know, some great post-plant positioning. That's all I got to say. They played the post-plant very nicely.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's what you want to see out of Rutgers. You know, you want them to fight their way back into this. You don't want them to roll over. I mean, going down 0-2 in a series and it's those first 2 maps that you lose is just, it's always a bad feeling. And so Rutgers, you know, this is going to be really about how bad they want it. They can, you know, it's very possible to win 3 rounds in a row. Starting on an offense now, you know, it is difficult, yes, but it's not impossible. And, you know, if it's anybody that can do it, it's definitely going to be this Rutgers squad. So curious to see how they're going to do it. But Don Julio trying to get aggressive, immediately going to get caught. So he's going to back off of that pretty quick. But D-Boogie able to open it up. Information is going to be told that somebody did cross on dark. That trophy system doing insane work for D-Boogie. Finally, JHM is able to answer another. It's now a 4v2. Now we're going to have to see how Rutgers decides to play this. It looks like they're going to hunt down those other players. But Ohio State playing a little bit passive now. Waiting for those players to slip up, get aggressive. They are pretty deep back in the map now. I mean, I think the information was given, so I think they're waiting to see what they can do. But I don't know. There's not a lot of map pressure, and if you look, you're seeing the side of Rutgers, like they are just playing together. Player number 6 and player number 3, player number 7 and player number 8 are both setting up kind of pinch maneuvers on that second player. So big gunfight finally coming through from Don Julio. So if you want to switch over to Gimby's perspective, it is not going to pay off, and Rutgers now makes it 2 in a row. They're able to bring it back to a 5-4 game.
Yeah, they've been playing disciplined. This is what I'm talking about. They've been playing very disciplined. As you mentioned earlier, the Rutgers players were like sticking together, you know. They're being very tradable, and that's one thing that they've really improved on in these past couple rounds. So definitely something to look forward to if they're able to keep that up in this map. But, I mean, so Ohio State, they need 1 round. Rutgers needs 2, and I don't know. If you were Rutgers here on offense, where would you go?
If I was Rutgers, knowing that their last A hit didn't work and knowing that somebody can read this, I would try to play for a pick. I feel like B is still going to be the best place. Like, you know that Ohio State is going to be playing pretty, they're going to be playing pretty spread out because it doesn't look like they've been having a lot of information on where Rutgers plays.
But so if I was Rutgers, I would want to just group up and try to hit something aggressively. It looks like they're gonna try and do something over to B, but it does look like Juice is able to get that first blood, so not too good for the side of Rutgers, and it is J-Ham as well, a pretty key player for these search and destroys. So nonetheless, curious to see how it's gonna play out. Gibby, a few shots going into him as well as D Boogie, both of them weak now. However, Gimby posted up on this orange, going to be able to slide over to square as well. So he's just in a great situation. He sees those two players and he immediately backs off. The smoke is going to come through. Shots are going to be good on Don Julio. No kills are converted though. Juice and Gibby are both going to be good for 2. D-Boogie now left alone, and it is not going to be enough. Ohio State takes map 2, and now they are up 2-0.
Yeah, just beautiful plays coming in from Ohio State off of the back of Juice's first blood, and you know, Gimby playing this tractor essentially like very well. You know, you saw the trophy get destroyed, and immediately he knew, oh no, the nades are coming in. So he goes to square, and then he goes back to the tractor, and I think that really helped them get this victory here. So they're gonna go up 2-0, and yeah, we'll be back for high-rise control here in a minute.
Invincible.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to Ohio State versus Rutgers. Losers finals. Loser goes home. Winner goes to face Texas State in grand finals for the College Coliseum League. Super excited about this map. For those of you who are just now joining us, Ohio State is up 2-0, taking a pretty convincing search and destroy, and then an amazing comeback on the real hard point. So Ohio State wants it pretty bad, looking for signs of life from Rutgers, and this could very well be potentially the map that they start things off. Either way, kills are pretty even as we start off this round on high rise. And so, just curious, what are your thoughts on this map as a control map?
I mean, I don't know. The thing is, this map is very timing based, at least in my opinion. You know, it's not really so much about hitting the right lanes, in my experience, when compared to maps like, say, Karachi or Invasion. It's more so like hold an iron and hope that the timing goes your way, you know, which you see a lot. But I don't know. It's a fun control map. You know, it can get mixy sometimes, but it's just, I wish that the environmentals were a little bit fixed up because there's a lot of propane mishaps, so to say. But yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, it's okay. Definitely my least favorite of the control maps, but you know, here we are. We're here, and it looks like Ohio State not really liking high-rise control either, as they have yet to find a tick. The Rutgers defense has been holding pretty strong so far, and that's on the back of J-Ham being 4-1. He did get taken down, though, so not going to have a streak to work with, but definitely something to look forward to is seeing J-Ham's performances. As throughout the series, he hasn't been like that takeover star that we've known him to be so far. So if he wants to continue on with this run in College Coliseum, he's going to need to pick it up a little bit, and he's doing so far.
Absolutely. And you know, the lives are pretty even right now. I mean, Rutgers had a really good start. They got Ohio State in a spawn trap, but Ohio State was able to finally get out of it, and they were able to get 2 ticks. It looks like, based on positioning, that's probably going to be the end of the round. I don't know if they'll be able to get to B or to A fast enough, but just as I say that, Ohio State's able to pick up 2, and they're able to make their way over to B. J-Ham does get taken out, and Ohio State's back on that B point, so we could potentially see another minute added on, but Don Julio trying to do something is going to be taken out by the Renetti of Gimby, but another contest comes through. Wow, they don't get the tick. Rutgers is able to keep them off. 2 seconds remaining. Nobody's close enough. Only 2 ticks allowed for Ohio State. Great work from Rutgers there. I honestly expected Ohio State to extend that round.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it came down to the last second, and the contest came through. And not only that, so Ohio State only has 2 ticks completed, but they're also down in lives. So definitely something to work up towards. If you are Ohio State, you're going to have to bounce back from that on this defensive round. Now, I haven't played much high-rise control. Now, would you say that offense or defense is more favored on this map?
Honestly, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of control as a game mode, but I will say in terms of how even things are, this is probably the best year for that. Because, you know, you've seen in past years where it's just like, oh, defense, it's a win. You know what I mean? And offenses are pretty difficult to come by. But this year, I feel like you really have the best chances as offense in order to kind of take that. So honestly, I don't know. I think it really just depends on the team. I think it depends on the players. Now, I think that this B point is a pretty easy capture, all things considered, but we've seen a lot of teams have trouble converting over to that A point as well. So I would say this map is probably pretty evened out, but nonetheless, it's still a difficult map for offense just because you have that added pressure of getting the ticks, right?
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that it's been, oh my goodness, Gimby's piecing right now, but yeah, I would agree with you. I think it's a bit split in terms of offense and defense, not too much of an advantage for defensive setups. So definitely something that I like about Modern Warfare 3, but I would have to agree with you that Control, not my really favorite game mode. I personally think that Capture the Flag is really entertaining to watch. The only thing is, Capture the Flag relies heavily on a good spawn system, which we know these past few years with Infinity War and Sledgehammer just hasn't been that great. So definitely something that I wish we could see, but not likely to see for the future to come. But kind of getting back into the match here, we have Ohio State holding Rutgers to just 1 tick. There's only 25 seconds left. Rutgers has to get something going, but they're pinned in their spawn. So, I mean, just as Rutgers had that dominant defensive round, Ohio State answering with a better defensive round, unless Rutgers can get something going here.
Absolutely. I mean, only 1 tick on the map, you know, I would say defense is pretty heavy on this side, especially if you can get them into the spawn trap. The only reason I think that this map is pretty even is because you could also put defense in a spawn trap, you know, and so that's an added layer of difficulty and something to consider. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get a second tick out of Rutgers, so only one tick for Rutgers. Definitely something to keep in mind. But yeah, I mean, just really great work. You know, it's kind of like any map in this game for Control. If you get a 3 or 4 dead, you're just put in such a bad place on either side, you know, for offense or defense. And so seeing, you know, once you get put in, then you know, in a spawn trap, it then just becomes so difficult. You have to rely so heavily on those ARs because there's not much wiggle room for those subs to kind of take long routes and get around, since this is that very traditional sort of 3-lane map. So it makes it a bit more difficult if you do get put in that, but nonetheless, you know, 1 tick out of Rutgers, 2 ticks out of Ohio State. So I don't know. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Ohio. We could potentially see a 3-0 here, but I mean, it's all up to Rutgers. Wow. I mean, Jack's just immediate, just great shots. That is not what you want to see if you're Rutgers. 3 dead. That propane tank is just so dangerous. And now Rutgers in somewhat of a negative position here. It does look like that first take is going to go through all the way, so now it's just a matter of Rutgers trying to respond, but Ohio State's starting to do it to them. Does look like they're going to try and convert onto A as well. Shots are going to be good onto Juice, and he is going to be taken out, but that B point is still going. So are they going to get the second take? It does look likely. Somebody is sitting on those top heli steps, though, which is such a difficult gunfight to take, but Gimby with great timing, able to get another. 2 people are going to be on this point now, so it does look like that B point is going to be taken. Striker, completely oblivious, is going to be taken out. All of a sudden, we have a 9 kill difference. Make that, yeah, 9 kill difference. Gimby's on a 5. This is looking super dangerous if you're a Rutgers fan, and they're already on A. It looks like they're already about to get that first tick as well. So gonna have to see. Juice with an amazing one is finally gonna be traded out, though. The kills are almost a little bit more even now, only down by 8, so not too big of a difference, but Gimby is just doing everything for his team right now. 15-7. Matter of fact, he is the only 21-8. I forget the scoreboard is bugged out, but either way, finally some breath of life coming from the side of Rutgers. 2 do go down for Ohio State, but still an 8 kill difference, so pretty noticeable. And I mean, Ohio State is just, they're doing it to him right now, man. It's not looking pretty.
Yeah, not at all. And like you touched on earlier, you can definitely put someone in a defensive spawn trap is kind of what you're seeing right now for Ohio State. Not only were they able to get that B zone and they're working on the A zone, they kind of, at moments of time, have put Rutgers in a spawn trap on the defense. So definitely a very commanding offensive win or round coming through for Ohio State. Rutgers only have 5 lives left with 1 minute and 30 seconds, so I could really see this coming down to lives.
Big beatdown out of Jax. He's able to convert to another one. All of a sudden, Rutgers has no lives remaining, and the point is about to get taken. D-Boogie able to respond with 2, but it might be too little too late. Make that 3. Last player near A is going to go down by a Renetti finally. Still, though, it is a 12 versus 2. This would be a comeback of the century. 1 minute and 20. More than likely impossible, but I mean, this is just a dangerous situation. Yeah, finally, Juice is able to get that 1. Don Julio is going to go on a flank. Nobody's aware of him just yet. He's able to get 1, able to get 2, able to get 3. Team kill does come through, but finally, that player is going to be taken out. Ohio State with an offensive win to take the lead. They didn't get that last tick, though, so I don't think it's going to matter too much in the long run, just because they're at 7 ticks. So Rutgers is going to have to win this round regardless, just to tie up the ticks and to stay alive in the map. So it's you know, it's not looking pretty for Rutgers, since you know, very much an uphill battle, but you know, it still is possible. Now they will have that offense last round unless they just completely wipe the floor with kills, but nonetheless, Ohio State Rutgers 2 offensive wins would be crazy. It would be a great storyline, and it would definitely be kind of the fuel they need to complete this reverse sweep.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if they can do it just by the way that Gimby has been shooting this entire series, and kind of like every single Ohio State player has had their moment in this map, especially Gimby, and I mean, it seems like he's just frying right now, so very difficult if you are a Rutgers fan, as you kind of have a lot of work cut out for you. You have to win back-to-back offensive rounds, you know, given you stay outslayed, but it's very hard to deal with that kind of deficit, especially when you're already down 0-2 in the series, so definitely a mental aspect to look at towards as well, excuse me, but yeah, something that I think Rutgers really needs to work on is kind of like the AR positioning, because you see Ohio State, they've been just dominating the AR sphere of this game, you know, despite the subs doing well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and J-Ham was getting pretty mixy over there, but Juice is, I mean, look at it. Gimby's on a 10 kill streak right now. Am I reading that correctly? Is he on a 10?
That's objective kills.
Objective kills. Okay, yeah. So, oh, streak is right next to it. I'm faded. But yeah, I mean, either way, Juice was on a 5 right there. I don't think he got that cruise missile, but nonetheless, it's still looking like this is the end of the road for Rutgers. Only 26 seconds remaining. They do get on the B point though, so they are able to get something done. They're able to stop that timer, but they're still down by 8 lives at this point. This is a really, really difficult situation for Ohio. For Rutgers. The timer has started again. Only 22 seconds remaining and 10 lives left. So not looking pretty. This does look like it could be the end, but yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say. Rutgers is nowhere close to the points right now. Ohio State has all the map pressure. One of the players on Ohio State, I believe, is still sitting on a cruise as well. 5 seconds remaining, and that is going to do it. Rutgers is going to close it out at 3rd place in college Coliseum. Not a bad finish at all. Little bit, looks like they just kind of ran out of fuel in this final series, going down 0-3 to Ohio State after that loss to Texas State as well. But nonetheless, great showing out of Rutgers this season. And 3rd place, you know, they're still top 3. That's a great thing to think about. So now moving forward, though, all eyes forward to this Ohio State versus Texas State matchup. This is going to be an interesting one. You know, you got both of the state schools, state universities going at it. Ohio State, if they want it, they're going to have to take 2 best-of-5s in order to take the series, or in order to take that championship. So stay tuned. We're about to have a great series on our hands. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given, but honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. In my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run, and we can run. The stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run? seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not so long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Not so long, just a time, just like another season. Come my way this season.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget. But you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Grand finals starting now. We have Texas State taking on Ohio State. Ohio State coming in from the losers bracket. They're going to have to win 2 best-of-5s if we get there. On the contrary, Texas State only having to win 1 set, 1 best-of-5. And I don't know how this series is really going to turn out. You know, Ohio State making quick work of Rutgers, and Texas State did go to a map 5 with Rutgers. They're in winners finals, so going to be an interesting series, I think, and one that definitely could go the distance, especially if DOA keeps shooting like that. He's had a hell of a day today. I mean, I kind of want to get your thoughts. Like, who's a player who throughout the season has really risen to the challenge for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few ways I can think about that. Like, I think, you know, Ashes he was a player on the academy team last year, and so stepping into the varsity role was really kind of a big task, and I think he's definitely shown out. Doa, on the other hand, completely new face to Texas State, and he's definitely not disappointed. But in my opinion, I think the biggest kind of shout I would give is Scripps. Like, this guy, like, I've known him since he was 18, a freshman in college, and this is literally his last collegiate thing, this grand finals, and I know he's hungry to finally get like a college chip under his belt, and so he's really looking out for it. But overall, today, I would say that DOA has been kind of the biggest it factor of this Texas State squad. He's shown up tremendously in the search and destroys. He's done what he has to do in the hard points as well. So he's really just doing everything he needs to for the team. And I think that Ohio State, I think they're aware of that, and I think that's why they're playing so aggressive, right? We're seeing Enigma pop 2 pieces like it's candy. I mean, this is just they're trying to make quick work out of Texas State, and Texas State really they're trying to stick to a lot of fundamentals. As you can see, they're all playing pretty tight here. Lots of good comms coming out. DOA knowing that a player is probably going to be pushing him. Stun is not going to connect, so the information is not there, so he actually is fully unaware that that player is going to be right there. Finally, the child does come through. Good team shots out of the side of Texas State. They're going to have spawns going over to this new hill. Ohio State up by about 20 though, but with Texas State having their rotation, this is such a hard hill to break from that front side. Ash is able to get behind one, is going to be quickly traded out as well. So looking to see what Rutgers can do and make it a 3v3 situation. Jack's on a big flank. Doa with a nice trade though. We're going to see 2 players wrap through these curved stairs now. Gonna see how they're gonna opt in to try and break this. Looks like Gimby's gonna try and slide into the hill time. Doesn't look like it's gonna pay out. Team shots are gonna be going out. Ohio State is gonna be good for 3. A team kill is gonna come out though. Ash is able to respond with 1, but does get taken out, making that a clean 4 dead on Texas State's side. This is a pretty big moment right here. Ohio State already has a 10-point lead, but if they get the rest of this, they will be up by about 35 points. So really crucial that Texas State tries to stem the bleeding right here as they also rotate, and that looks like exactly what they're going to try and do. Enigma going to side out, though, is able to connect on that. Now he's on a 5 as well. 13-2 to start this map off. I mean, he is doing everything he can for that team. Looks like he's going to opt in to already use that first cruise missile, knowing that he could very well overlap and get that second. Will it connect with anyone? It does not. So that does mean that Texas State is going to have a pretty clean rotation over to New. Shots are going to be good for Juice. However, a quick trade is going to come out. And this is what we're talking about, right? We are just seeing trade after trade. Finally, Texas State is going to be good for 3. They are going to finally be able to create some distance from them and Ohio State. But nonetheless, a ton of aggression coming out from both sides right now. And I'm just really liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, me too. I mean, here we go with another team nade, another team kill for the Ohio State side. You know, they're up. Well, they were up, but now it's tied. So definitely a good resilience coming in through Texas State. A team who's had to struggle against Enigma so far in this map, as he's already sitting at 13-3. Just an absolute power player for the side of Ohio State. But one thing that Texas State has been historically really good at is playing as a team. Even when they're getting outslayed, they have really good chemistry as a team. So seeing them be able to take the lead here, despite being outslayed, is something that I think is critical for them, and I think that it'll be paramount if they want to have success in this series. You know, like you touched on earlier, you know, they only gonna have to win 1 best of 5, whereas Ohio State has to win 2, and I think that could be a really good thing for Texas State if they were able to kind of put the brakes on Ohio State and make them you know, just kind of slow them down a bit, because right now you've seen against Rutgers and now Texas State, they're very explosive in the way they play, and you know, if Texas State is able to come out here in this map and shut it down, then that could be paramount for winning the series.
Absolutely, and here we go. It's just a swim off right now. Both Splody and who is that? That's going to be Juice. Juice finally comes out on top, but so much time was contested just because this hill is something else to say the least. I mean, as you can see, he's doing backstrokes in the water, man, just trying to stay alive. And game's pretty much all tied up now. A lot of that time was contested, as we saw, but Juice really doing everything he can for his team. Going over to the rotation, though, Texas State is going to come out on top. They are going to be able to tie this game back up. And like you did highlight, it looks like the kills are pretty even. I'm not going to do that quick of math right now, but yeah, I mean, Ohio State just trying to hit from all fronts right now. They're going to be good for 2 right now, and it does look like they're finally going to get back on that point. Texas State opting to rotate to that P2 side if they're able to, but 3 do go down, and that is going to translate to more Texas State time. This is a super close game, and this is kind of what we saw, you know, whenever we saw Texas State versus Rutgers, right? It was pretty close for most of that hard point, and then we saw it finally broke out, and finally Texas State was able to kind of widen a lead. So I'm curious if either team is going to really be able to push kind of a big difference. And right now it's not looking like it's going to come anytime soon, because both of these teams are playing for every single second of every single hill.
Yeah, they just do not want to give up any seconds at all, and I love that out of these teams. You know, we're seeing like a nail-biting map 1 already. I mean, just like going tooth and nail, you know, toe-to-toe with each other, and that's exactly what we want to see in a grand finals, you know, as monumental as this one. So, definitely some good plays coming in from both sides, Ohio State and Texas State. I think that, you know, just the pure slaying power of Ohio State, maybe in this series they're going to try to work on using that to translate to more time. As you see, they do have a slight lead here. But so I kind of wanted to ask you a question about Texas State and like how they've developed as a team, because obviously you have superstar Splody in the mix. So for you guys, how has it been throughout the season when you guys are dealing with, you know, the lows of the season? You know, obviously each team has their highs and lows. I know you guys lost to Texas State. What was it? Or no, Texas A&M rather. And you know, how have you guys kind of dealt with that adversity of kind of being one of the teams that's regarded as really good, and then like maybe having a loss you shouldn't have had? Yeah, how have you guys bounced back from that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is kind of that's a great question, just because, you know, Texas State is definitely, you know, we've always been one of those club teams that is able to compete with kind of those varsity players. And a big reason for that was due to kind of the amount of work that we would put in. So going into this year, it looked a lot different just because Splody was more focused on challengers. And so the scrim time was kind of cut very short. And so really there weren't a ton of scrims this year. And so that teamwork factor that has been kind of key to Texas State's success in the past wasn't there this year. And so it was a completely new look for Texas State, because they had to figure out how they were going to succeed without having, you know, kind of that proven track record of what does work in the past. And so whenever we get to those low points, it's just a matter of working on that individual skills and bringing your individual play style to a team that is full of superstars, right? Like Splody killed it in challengers this year. So it's now a matter of kind of capitalizing on that and proving that like each of these players can keep up in their own rights. And you know, goes to show you in maps like this, we can kind of see a difference, you know, in the kills right now. There is a 50-point lead as well, but nonetheless, Texas State is still kind of fighting like they are still ahead. They're still trying to get that lead advantage. So it's really showing that all of these players are hungry individually, and now it's just a matter of kind of finding the glue for that team, finding how the team chemistry works.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's some really good insight coming in from the unofficial official coach tactic from Texas State. So yeah, just like you mentioned earlier, they're kind of still playing this map like they're in the lead, or at least being able to compete, which I love to see. You know, some teams when they go down, they start to fall behind, and they get into that mentality, well, oh, yep, the map's already over. And that's just not something that I really see often from Texas State nor Ohio State. So I think that's one thing that will really contribute to Texas State's success if they are able to come out and win.
Absolutely. And, you know, speaking of individual plays, it doesn't look like Texas State is coming out super hot right now. I mean, Ohio State is super fresh off that Rutgers series, so hopefully the Texas State guys aren't too iced right now with it all. But big gunfight here coming into the water. It does look like Ohio State's going to get a clean 3 dead, and they're pretty close to winning this game out, and there's still plenty of time left on this hill. So Texas State down by quite a big amount, 90 points now, so they have definitely an uphill battle. I'm curious to see how they're going to play this. It doesn't look like Scripps is going to see that player sitting close to him. He's not able to find him in the water, unfortunately, so that does look like Ohio State is going to be able to close out the map right here. Are we going to see Texas State find somebody? It doesn't look like they will, and Ohio State is able to open the series up 1-0 with a pretty good win on 6-star.
Yeah, and that was just pure dominance, 6-star, not a map that I've seen a lot of teams play, due to it being new. But, Ohio State just kind of doing a really good job piecing down the Texas State players. And I think that one thing I liked a lot on the map, not only in that pool hill, is that Juice was able to play the hill really nicely. He was able to get in and out when he needed to, able to push up or get back if he needed to. So definitely a good play from Juice throughout the entire map of knowing when to push up and when to get out a hill and go in. So definitely a great win. If you are Ohio State, you have a long road ahead of you. But I mean, we'll see how Texas State responds, because they've been pretty good at S&D, and so I want to see how they're gonna respond to this. But with that being said, we're gonna go to a quick intermission while we set up this next map, and so don't go anywhere. Sweet.
Feels heavy on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hope in that. I can't do, but I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Well, we're going to go to a draw, actually. But I guess this would probably be a good time to talk about the prize pool money and the distribution of that. So, as we touched on earlier, Rutgers, they fell to Ohio State in losers finals, so they're going to walk away with $50. They're going to get their entry fee back, and then second place will walk away with $70, and then the big one, the first place, is going to walk away with $500. So definitely a big gap between first, second, and third place. So definitely, you could see the drive in these two teams remaining. as they're trying to really win that bread. Because I mean, $500 is a lot. You know, you can go to the grocery store like twice with that. You know what I mean? So it's good. It's good stuff.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's it's a great part about collegiate esports, you know, especially for leagues such as this. Like, it's you know, it's always nice to be able to represent your college and all that good stuff, but it's also nice to be able to get some money as well. You know, since everyone in here are college kids, more than likely they're all
In the same boat as everyone in college, where they're not the best financially off. Just knowing how college is, right? So, super awesome that there are you know, places like this that exist that you know, these kids are able to compete for you know, a good amount of money. So looking forward to you know, always super happy to crown a new champion, and not sure who it'll be just yet, but Ohio State, you know, did take that first map, so curious to see how Texas State's going to respond. Now, remind me, how did this invasion search go? Because we've seen this our last 2 series, correct? We saw Texas State play it versus Rutgers, and then we saw Rutgers play versus Ohio State. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, and I think that Rutgers did they win against Texas State? I think they won the invasion search on Texas State, didn't they?
I'm pretty sure they did. I think Rutgers won 6-4 versus Texas State, if I remember correctly. I can't really remember the scoreline for that one, but I'm pretty sure Rutgers did come out on top because they won maps 2 and 3. And then Texas State won maps 1, 4, and 5. Correct.
Yeah. And so for the other series, Ohio State versus Rutgers, Ohio State kind of put Rutgers in the blender. I mean, we just witnessed it a little bit ago. It was a great map coming out from Ohio State. You know, I think they won about 6-2, I think it was. So a pretty dominating victory for Ohio State. But like, it is a different team. It's a completely different team with different play styles, and that's something that has to be accounted for. So although I would say that this map is favored in Ohio State's favor, but Texas State definitely, you know, they cannot be you know, shoved to the side here, as you know, they're having a pretty good start so far. They already have 1 pick onto Jax, who is kind of like the island player for Ohio State, and they have the information on Juice while Gimby falls. So it's going to be a 2 versus 4 here, and there's only, you know, 15 seconds remaining. So I don't think that Ohio State's really going to get anything going here.
Absolutely, a lot of respect given on both sides of the map here. I mean, does look like, I mean, I think if Texas State didn't just get a team kill, I think that would have been a clean round. I don't think, did anyone on the Texas State side die? I can't remember. But,
no, it was just
yeah,
a team kill.
Yep, so clean work out of Texas State, playing it nice and patient. I was a little curious why they sent Juice on an island with Bomb. I thought that was a questionable. I thought maybe they were going to get things moving at B, and then he was going to get a sneak plant in at A, but it ended up not working out because DOA was able to kind of pick up on the situation, and he was able to go pick up A Street. So worked out pretty well in Texas State's favor. Always getting that defensive round win is always a plus. So now I'm curious about this offensive round. I really want to see Texas State kind of show some aggression towards B, especially considering that last round was very patient on both sides. And speaking of aggression, we're seeing a quick push, a quick flank from the side of Jax. Doesn't look like Texas State is going to recognize this. So curious to see if he's going to read this. Looks like he has the information on one player. He's able to get it, and he's able to get out with his life. Gimby's able to pick up another. It's all of a sudden a 2v4. Make that a 1v4, 1v3 now for the side of Texas State. But super great work out of Ohio State, doing what they do best, and that is sending somebody on a long route.
Yep, I mean, Jax did it again, and you know what? I think that's one of the things that you probably touched on with the Texas State guys prior to this match, but yeah, Jax just, you can never leave a lane open because Jax will find a way to get through it, and that's exactly what you saw there. He was able to slip the net, get a pick, and that kind of caused a bunch of conundrum on the Texas State side, and they were like, all right, screw it, send it, we're going right to B, and unfortunately for them, Ohio State players were waiting, ready for them. So Ohio State able to bounce back and tie us up at 1-1, and kind of an interesting setup Ohio State has here. Not too aggressive towards this B site. You see a lot of reinforcements here for Texas State. Meanwhile, number 2, Jax, of course it is him, just kind of back in the spawn, playing for any kind of sneaky business that Texas State might do. But back over towards the bomb site here, kind of a stagnated push from Ohio State as they're trying to weed out these players from Texas State. One does get spotted, Splody, back on that tractor position, but on the other side of the map, DOA able to find one So 2 Ohio State players are going to be down. It's going to be a 2 versus 4. Thankfully, they are together, so able to play the trades if it does come down to it. But just they have a lot of work cut out for them, as you can see on the mini-map. Texas State spread all the way across the map. So not really giving anything up. And this is that discipline that I love to see out of the Texas State players, as they're not really giving up any trades, any kills. And number 8 actually able to push through and take down 1. So it's going to be left on Enigma here. You know, if he gets a kill, it just doesn't really mean much at this point, as he's going to get taken down. So Texas State, a nice victory for them. And I think that, you know, you'll just take it one round at a time, as we talked about earlier. You just take it one round at a time, despite the score. And I think that that's something both these teams have done really good at. And yeah, I mean, this has kind of round 11 potential, I would say, by the way both these teams are playing right now.
Absolutely. They're just answering each other back to back. I don't think I agree with the play that Ohio State did that last round. I think it was super, like, if they wanted an aggressive hit over to B, then you need a send 4 that way, or at least 2 mid. I don't know if having somebody in the back of the map over towards A side, not really looking at too much. I mean, yeah, I guess they were expecting a flank in retaliation from what Jax did the previous round, but overall, I just think that was kind of a scuffed play from the beginning. And so it was really interesting, you know, kind of a thought process, I guess, from Ohio State, maybe thinking too much into their own play style versus Texas State's. But nonetheless, it did pay out for Texas State, since DOA was able to get that first blood. And now going into this round, Scripps is able to get that bomb down after getting that first blood on Juice. Bomb is going to go down. It's now a 4v3. Shots are going to be fired onto Jax. The information's there, but Gimby actually on the other side of the things is able to pick one up, but Splody in retaliation is able to get Jax as well. So 3v2 now for Ohio State. This is very doable. Smoke out to cause confusion on the map. Scripps is able to reposition. He's able to find one through the smoke. No, he's not actually. He's able to get that player somewhat weak. He's able to find it. He isn't able to get the second one. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1 Splody versus Gimby.
The king of 1v1s. Oh, is he going to stick it? We'll see if Splody checks. Does Splody check? He does. So Splody's going to be able to get this round win for Texas State. They're going to go up 3-1, which I think is crucial. You know, every round they've had to fight tooth and nail just to win. So, you know, being able to go up 3-1 is definitely something that I think Texas State is happy about.
Absolutely. An offensive win is always such a big thing, especially whenever you're playing against people of this caliber, right? It's always kind of expected that you'll win a defensive round, but so getting that offensive round and kind of switching up the flow of the game itself, that's always a big plus. And, you know, that is kind of an important thing to note, is the flow of this series in general, right? Is Texas State just lost a hard point by over 100 points. So how are they gonna take this series back under control, and how are they going to put a name for themselves out in this series? And it starts here, right? It starts with that search and destroy, tie the series up. Like we mentioned with Ohio State versus Rutgers, even losing, you know, going down 0-2 is always such a bad feeling, and it's really difficult to kind of get out of that feeling. And so tying the series up right here is really such a good thing. And we saw Scripps open up with that first blood, but then Gimby was able to respond. Does look like was trying to figure out if that was all of us, if the lobby crashed, but it does look like we're still good to go on our end. Juice still holding that mid tank position with Jax as well. So really great things going on alongside there. Ash is going to be taken out by a car bomb, so he's going to be taken out there. All of a sudden, it's now a 2v3. Ohio State does have the favor. The bomb is going to go down over towards the A side as well. Player number 7 is going to be playing near that bomb, getting some shots into DOA as well. Splody able to find one, unfortunately unable to get that kill. DOA is now left alone in a 1v3 situation, and Ohio State does have the information on him as well. Shots are going to be going into DOA. The chow is going to come out, and it is going to be made slight work of as Ohio State takes this round.
Yeah, definitely a great round coming from Ohio State there. I think the connection issue is on my behalf, actually. I'm looking at the stream, and it looks like I'm dropping a lot of frames, so definitely having some connection issues. My internet company is getting tired of me. They're like, all right, you've been streaming for 4 hours, enough. So hopefully that resolves itself rather quickly, as there's really not too much I think I can do about that. But yeah, I mean, for those still with us and those able to actually watch the stream, oh wow, this is horrendous. I wonder if that's, I don't know, it could be me, it could be, you know, a server side issue, I'm not too sure, but getting back to the game here, Ohio State able to answer and not go down 4-1, which is critical for them to stay alive, not only in the series but in the tournament. As you mentioned earlier, it's kind of the flow of the series is very important, and if Texas State is able to come back and show some resilience and get a map win here, it could slow down Ohio State, which I think is crucial to shutting them down.
Absolutely. Great first blood out of Ashes and Splody right there. Great teamwork. They are able to kind of get some better odds here. Splody, beautiful shots onto Jax. Now making a 4v2 situation, and all of a sudden we have Juice and Gimby both kind of scrambling, right? They're both kind of trying to figure out what they should do next. Does look like Juice isn't going to be able to pick up Ashes. So now it's all on Texas State, right? They just need to get that bomb down. They need to play for a post-plant situation. It does look like that's what they're going to do. Gimby, the information on him is going to be given, as well as onto Doa. I don't know if anyone knows where this third player is. It looks like he was able to get to mid-tank for free. Good shots from Splody onto Gimby, though. All of a sudden, Juice is left in a 2v1 now. He's able to even that odds, get the trade onto Splody. 28 seconds remaining in the round. Juice is just going to have to make some pretty clean plays here, and channeling an AR pretty long range with a rival will not always pay off too well. So DOA, great positioning there, able to figure out where Gimby's going to go, and he holds a great iron and is able to get that kill. So now Texas State now brings back the lead. I believe it's 4-3.
Yeah, a great job from Texas State there to kind of bounce back and be able to capitalize on the plays they've made throughout the round. Like you said, Splody hitting some great shots, and I think that's really important for Texas State to be able to survive here. Splody definitely picking it up here in the series, and I think that he's been doing a great job at communicating to his teammates that he needs help. You can see whenever he gives the comms that the arrows start rotating and trying to go help him out, which is definitely something that I think reflects the kind of player he is. So a good start here for Texas State. They're able to find one first blood onto Enigma, kind of one of the superstar players of Ohio State. Although it can be argued that all of them are superstars. But, yeah, so a 3v4 here for Ohio State, but they do have the bomb, and it looks like Juice is looking to make a play towards this A-bomb site. He's not entirely sure that he has clearance, so he is going to have to kind of back down just for the time being. I think Doa spotted him out, though, so definitely an advantage here for Texas State.
Sun is going to connect as well, so the information is going to be given on to him, but the player, Scripps is able to pick up one, which leaves him in a great spot. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to stop this plant. Maybe, actually. Bomb is going to go down, and Gimby, Juice is able to get out with his life, but he is quickly taken out. Texas State now with a pretty good lead. They are now on game point. This is exactly what you want, right? If you're a Texas State fan, you want to see him take this lead. You want to see him go up and be on game point, whereas, Ohio State isn't anywhere close. They're going to have to win 4 rounds back-to-back, which that is never easy. Great shots from Ashes there, get the wall bang in there. But yeah, it's never easy to get 4 rounds back-to-back, and so being on match point is always favorable. Curious to see if anything is going to be switched around here. Is Ohio State going to play a bit more passive because they are on the verge of losing? Is Texas State going to play a bit more aggressive because they could potentially have some throwaway rounds? Not really too sure what's all going to go into play here, but it does look like Texas State is going to opt into somewhat of a push towards B. But actually, now that I said that, it looks like player number 7 and 8 are actually going to get pretty aggressive. Ooh, but Juice with a beautiful read is able to find that player. So not too sure where this round is going to go now, because Scripps is all alone. He might have to find a pretty crucial kill here on Jax if Jax continues to push up. But I'm gonna have to see how this plays out. Information was more than likely just given on to him. Scripps not having the best of timing. He is able to get through, and Bomb is down in a not so keen position for the side of Texas State. All of a sudden, Ashes finds himself in a 1v4, and he's all the way across the map from where Bomb is. He has to go through 4 Ohio State players. This round is as good as done.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd have to agree with you there. You're going to get an audio cue about CDs, but, still, you have 3 players you got to take down if you are Ashes here. And honestly, if I have a 3 spree, I'll probably just try to stay alive at this point and maybe work towards a cruise missile, but not going to happen here. Is Ohio State going to be able to take them down and kind of bounce back? They really needed that round, and so Texas State, although they are 1 round of you know, closing out this map, Ohio State has something to say about that, and you know, it's interesting to see, you know, how the pacing changes once the map is nearing its end. As you mentioned, with like playing slower, playing faster, it's kind of interesting. I think that generally, from what I've seen, when teams get closer to winning, they play a bit more recklessly, which can lead to some comebacks, and that's something that I'm looking at Texas State to fix if they're not going to lose this map.
Absolutely. It's you know, we're seeing Scripps get pretty aggressive with his daddy, but now he's just found in a bad situation, and he is gonna get caught. That was a beautiful stun grenade by I think it was Enigma that initially caught him. So pretty interesting to see that first blood come through. Sploddy's able to answer back. He's able to get one, make it a 3v3 situation, and I mean, with the amount of pressure that that we're seeing over towards A, I'm curious if Doa. Whoa, okay, he's able to find one. That was a bit of a scuffed situation there. It looks like that player was right underneath his gun. Didn't see him. That nade is going to connect though, so Doa showing up again, doing what he can for the team. Gimby, or Juice with the bomb, pushed up to somewhat an aggressive position to try and counter Doa here. That nade is going to connect through the car, bringing him down to about half health, sitting at 80 right now. Gimby looking to try and figure out what he can do. If he can just find any pick, anything he could find would be crucial right now, and Doa knows it, so he's just playing his life right now, making sure that he's not giving up anything for free. Looks like the rock is going to be thrown down here.
Oh no! Oh
Don't
no!
do it. Don't do it. Oh, and he's going for it, and it looks like he's going to be good. It looks like he's going to get it. He's going to get it. DOA is going to be able to close it out with some cojones. He's going to close it out the map with a ninja defuse. Texas State take map 2, 6-3. You always love to see it. I mean, if you're a Texas State fan, you love to see it. Not so much if you're an Ohio State fan, but nonetheless, you know, it's great way to end that map 2. Invasion, search, and destroy. Series is all tied up now. 1-1. Excuse me. 1-1 Texas State versus Ohio State. We have a great series ahead of us, folks. We still have a maximum of a minimum of 2 more maps coming up. The next 2 maps are going to be High Rise and then Rio. And then if we need a map 5, it will also be on Rio. So great series ahead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know
feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I
Welcome back, folks, to the grand finals of CXP and College Coliseum Spring 2024. We have a hot match on our hands here, Texas State versus Ohio State, all tied up at 1 apiece after Texas State regained in the Search and Destroy. I think one just fell off the map. It was Splody. Not a great start for Texas State, but I'm sure they'll regain here as they actually did beat Ohio State on this exact map and mode yesterday in Winners Round 3. They were able to find a victory versus Ohio State on this very map. So kind of excited to see if Texas State will be able to replicate the same success they found yesterday. And, you know, I know you mentioned earlier how Texas State Control isn't their best game mode, but, you know, anything can happen, especially on high rise where spawn traps can happen on either side.
Absolutely, and you know, one thing I'm just looking at while I'm watching this is why isn't Texas State touching the point? Like Ash just had a point where there were like 3 dead and he just wouldn't move, and so that was kind of an interesting thing. But I guess they were trying to play for kills, and it looks like it paid off to some degree since Texas State finally is able to get onto A. And you know, a lot of that is off of the groundwork of Splody really kind of paving that path. But a flank is going to come through from Ohio State, and they are going to be good for 3 now. So Texas State is going to have to respond. They do have 2 ticks over towards that infamously more difficult hill over at A, so making some of the work easier for him. A team kill is going to come out for Ohio State as well, making the job a little bit easier for Texas State, but it looks like Texas State is going to start to be put in the spawn trap, so big kills coming out from Scripps there. He's able to get down to B Street just a little, only 12 seconds remaining, so they're really going to have to touch this point and make sure that they can get on, and finally Scripps is able to pause that timer, but a nade is going to bring him down to about half health. He's going to slide out, get off the point. It does look like Texas State is over on that A. They're going to be stacked up twice, so looks like they might be able to get this point. A big gunfight from Slody. He is going to be able to convert that, and it does look like the time is going to be good. An extra minute is secured. Now, Texas State down a whole wave, 4 lives, so it's really going to be up to them in order to kind of even those odds, and Enigma is one off that cruise, so that is something to keep in mind as we do move forward in this round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, he's been having a hell of a series. I don't know how many cruise missiles he's earned throughout the entire day, but it definitely a high number for sure, because he's been playing very well. It's an 8-2 right now, and definitely a kryptonite type player. So, you know, thankfully Texas State do capture what is, you know, regarded as the harder zone to capture. I'm kind of excited to see what they can do here. However, they only have 30 seconds to work with and 8 lives. So, like you mentioned, down a whole wave. But, you know, Scripps able to get himself on the point. Enigma, though, just, I mean, he has the cruise missiles cured and he's on this top heli position. So definitely hard to work for if you're Texas State, as now you have no respawns remaining.
Absolutely, and only 18 seconds left. I mean, nobody on Texas State is playing, you know, for streaks or anything, so they really need to do what they can and try to get at least one tick over on this B side. You can expect Ohio State next round is going to be able to secure at least that B point. So, you know, interesting that A got captured before B, but nonetheless, it's that's going to do it for the first round. Ohio State able to take it, but Texas State is able to get 3 ticks on that first round.
Yeah, definitely. A great job coming out from Ohio State there. You know, they were able to pin Texas State back into their spawn for, you know, a large portion of the round. You know, but one thing that I've seen Texas State do is the same thing. You know, they are also very good at, you know, producing spawn traps. So kind of excited to see if they can do the same thing here. As now they're going to switch over to defense. So one player that I'm really looking at in order to enact that is Doa, Mr. Mike Doa. He's been, you know, definitely, like you mentioned earlier, kind of a how do you say, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like a jack of all trades, maybe, or a wild card. Yes, per se, a wild card. So thanks. So yeah, definitely a wild card to look at. Sitting at 3 and 6 right now, but you know, when he gets going, he gets going. So I think that you know, looking at him to kind of be the turning point for this Texas State squad on this map. Splody gonna, you know, drop off the map. I think that's the second time this map where he's fallen off the map, but it's okay. It happens to the best of us. Just look at Clayster. He's had it happen to him a few times throughout his career. As you see now, Scripps getting active on the map with the sub. See, now they're trying to enact this spawn trap. As you can see right now, Splody and all the teammates getting pushed up, trying to do what they can to keep Ohio State off these points, but Juice is going to slip the net, so he's just going to try to turn the heads on these Texas State players and get them away from the spawn.
Absolutely, yeah. And I like what he's doing, right? He causes some confusion over towards that B point, but then he rotates over to A because that looks like where the main kind of pressure is going to be coming in from Ohio State over towards that A side. Now, Texas State is able to get 2, so that is pretty big. They're able to kind of slow down that push, and Juice is left in kind of an island position, right? But he has a player over at B, yeah, and it looks like he's going to go and try and join that, and he's just really kind of flexing between the points, trying to help out his team where he can, but his teammates are falling around him, so it's not able to convert much for anything. Now we're going to see some trades come out. It looks like a pinstripe kill feed left and right. Finally, it is going to be taken down. Jax, is going to get one on DOA, and it does look like that B point is going to be captured. Scripps, too little, too late. He is going to be taken down as well. Points or lives are essentially tied. Now they are 18-18, and like I was mentioning, pretty understandable that Ohio State was able to get that B point. I didn't expect anything less from them. Now we're gonna have to see if they're able to convert over to a point or a tick, at least on A, to tie up in ticks. But you know, a minute left, 17 lives, very doable, but it is a tricky spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely tricky, and you know what? They had some potential there with Jax being in the spawn of Texas State, but he gets read and found out. So, you know, the lives are pretty much even at this point, and you know, Ohio State has the work cut out for him. As now we're going to transition over towards this A site where heavy fortifications have been made from the Texas State side. As you see, Splody just trying to get active on the map. I mean, he's been a pillar of success for this Texas State squad. So, looking to, you know, keep that going here on this defensive round, which, you know, could be very critical if they're going to want to close out this. Where's player number 8? Player 8.
He just hit a massive flank. Yeah, he was in their spawn, and it looks like he was able to cause some turmoil. They're able to get 4 dead, I think, for the side of Texas State, and so now Texas State is scrambling, but the propane barrel, oh my god, it saves it. Wow. I mean, that is just luck upon luck. Juice had a wonderful flank. He was able to get 1, and really, they were able to get like 3 dead, I think. And so, really, I mean, Texas State was dead to rights. Ohio State should have been able to at least get a tick, but that propane barrel just saved him. I think it took down 2. So, massive propane barrel. A little bit of bias coming from the map, I suppose. But nonetheless, ticks are tied. Map is tied. And I think Ohio State has a slight kill advantage. I might be wrong about that. I haven't been keeping up with kills too much.
Yeah, I haven't either. But I'll tell you what, that propane tank, oh jeez, it's infamous. It's infamous. And you know what? It helped Texas State out here, and it's helped multiple teams win. But it's just the name of the game. You know, you got to be wary of that. And sometimes it'll explode, sometimes it'll get you, sometimes it won't. But you know, if you're Ohio State, you just got to hold your head high and kind of, you know, move along with the punches, so to say. You know, because, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still tied up. It's still 1-1, and you know, 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in the map. So definitely nothing to scoff at here, as we have a very competitive series. It looks like on the rip here, we're going to see Texas State try to work towards this B site, but, you know, you can already see the Ohio State players, namely Enigma, kind of already underneath trying to get active and keep these Texas State players at bay.
Absolutely, and it does look like there's a pretty good amount of trades going through, but the big thing to note is that, you know, even if trades are coming through, Ohio State still has a tremendous amount of map pressure, right? Look at player number 6. He is deep in that spawn right now. He's pretty, yeah, he's playing underneath. So really great stuff from the side of Ohio State. They're able to capitalize on a lot of the kills they're getting, and even though Texas State is only down 2 lives, the map tells a different story, and they're posted in great areas. You know, Splody's able to get on that point. Finally, you know, Texas State's able to respond and at least get 2, but now it's a matter of just stopping that timer because it's already 35 seconds left in the round. So Texas State's really gonna have to start moving. Does look like a good kill. Wow, no, Splody is actually gonna be able to close out that kill, but Ash is not able to. So 25 seconds left. DOA able to pick up 1, but I mean, just looking at it once again, Texas State is nowhere near close to this point except for Doa, but even then he does get taken down. So it's a tricky situation to say the least, and you know, now it does look like Ohio State's finally able to get some kills here. Ashes is going to be good for 2. That is going to open up the map a little bit. Scripps is able to get on the point, albeit that player top is going to get a good nade. It's going to bring him down to 14 health. Doesn't kill him though. Only 6.5 seconds remaining. If Texas State does get taken out, that more than likely is going to be the end of the round here. We do see a tick come through though. We do see a chow come out of Splody. He's able to get 1. Chaos on the hill.
Oh.
2 come through. Splody, he stops on his teammate though.
No!
He tweaks. Noah's able to get 1 though. Is he able to save it? No, he's not. Oh my god.
No, not the snap on the teammate.
Oh man, and that was no aim assist. So
No. Hey,
good aim out of
yeah, that's tippable. That's tippable aim right there.
Good aim, but just wrong teammate, unfortunately. So
Oh
only
my
1
goodness.
kick coming out for Texas State that round, bringing them to 4 total. So really, all Ohio State needs to do is get that second tick on either point, and they'll be able to get that secured defense for the last round.
Yeah. Oh wow. I mean, just absolutely clinical from Ohio State there. You think the round probably goes a bit differently if Splody snaps to the left instead of the right, but needless to say, I mean, it's neither here nor there. Texas State still have some room to work within this series, and in the map itself, you know, being down 1-2 isn't nearly as bad as it looks on the scoreboard. As you see, Splody, he's been winning some crazy gunfights throughout this entire map. I remember seeing one in this exact position, actually, where he was able to get one onto Enigma, I believe it was. So, you know, good things coming out from both sides. As you can see, some work being done on the side of Texas State to kind of pin these Ohio State players back into their spawn, which is exactly what you want if you are a Texas State fan. You can see Splody getting active on the map before falling. But, you know, one player has managed to sneak through, though. It is going to be Mr. number 6, Jax, on the B zone. And meanwhile, you're actually double capping if you're Ohio State. You have 2 players on each zone, which is kind of interesting, but maybe not playing out the way you thought it was, as 2 are going to fall on the A zone, and only 1 player left going to be Enigma. He'll have to back down, but he does have a cruise missile to work with.
Yes, he does. That second tick did just come through, so Ohio State did just secure that round 5 defense, which, as we're seeing here, it's just defensive win after defensive win. So Texas State's really gonna have to dig deep this round as well as the next round, just to make sure they can stay alive. I mean, realistically, you know, we might not even see round 5. We might see Ohio State pull it together and chain this hill into the next. It does look like that B point is finally going to be captured. 1:45 on the timer now. 17 lives to Texas State. So this is looking kind of scary if you're a Texas State fan, but nonetheless, Texas State is slowly starting to get some map pressure. We do see 1 player up near that top blue side. Nice trade coming out from DOA. DOA able to be good for 2. Splody able to get a 3rd. That's going to be 3 down. Now we really need to start seeing some map pressure here. We really need to stop seeing, you know, we need to start seeing them get up rather than stay back. But player number 6, you know, he is staying alive over towards that B side, and I don't know if anyone knows that he's here, so this could prove detrimental for the side of Texas State. Gonna have to see what Jax does here. Looks like he's playing it nice and patient, waiting for his team to kind of help him out here. Scripps does get taken out in the meantime. Jax finally able to get activated, finally gets taken out by Ashes. Ashes able to be privy on that second player. Juice is able to secure 1. Ashes looking for that second player, desperate to find it before he can cause more chaos. DOA finally able to secure 1. I don't think that was the same player, though. It looks like, yeah, it looks like we're still waiting for another. Finally, Juice is able to get 1. Kills are all tied up, though. Texas State was in a little bit of a kill deficit, but it looks like they were able to tie things up. 35 seconds remaining. Looks like Texas State was able to somewhat even themselves out now. In terms of map control, it did get a little bit scary, but nonetheless, they keep trying so hard for this spawn trap. Jax finally gonna get stunned. Is he gonna walk right past him? No, he's not. DOA able to track him down. 20 seconds remaining. Gimby able to stop that timer. In the meantime, stun is going to connect as well as a nade. Another stun on the point.
Yeah, it's a 10v10 here. I mean, we're going to see it comes down to this really just this wave of kills here, and it looks like Texas State's able to walk away with it. So, you know, even though Ohio State had a really good offensive round here, I mean, it's just not going to translate to anything, as now they are really forced to go. It's a 7 versus 6 with only 4 seconds remaining, and they're just walking into the jaws of Texas State. 2 kills do go their way. So there's only going to be 1 player on the point, but he'll get taken down. So just no time left for Ohio State there. And Texas State's going to, you know, match that energy, and they're going to be able to win this defensive round and take us to a round 5. The only thing is that they're going to be on offense for this round 5 due to the tick discrepancy. So, you know, kind of it'll be interesting to see how Texas State responds to that, as they haven't been really that good at offense in this map so far.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been nothing but defensive wins here, so really gonna have to see just a lot of utilization of in my opinion, I think it's gonna be, you know, it boils down to who's going to be able to prioritize map control over everything, right? If we see 3 or 4 dead on either side, how are they going to capitalize on that? Are they going to get that map pressure? Are they going to get the ticks? You know, it all boils down to those key moments where you do have that freedom on the map to move however you want. And so even off the initial break here, you know, Texas State going straight for B. Splody is going to be taken out for that first blood. Enigma is going to start us off. It does look like Texas State's going to opt in for that B push, and Scripps is able to make a pretty quick route over to the B side. Is he going to be able to find a player? Does look like he sees one. He looks like he saw Jax as well. We do need him to go ahead and stop that timer since his team is kind of stuck there, but I think that was actually 2 dead, so...
Oh, wow.
3, so they need to touch a point. Yeah, this is big. They're going to go ahead and stack that. Looks like they have 2 on the point. Splody unable to get that 3rd player in a row, but a cruise missile is going to come out. I don't know who that's coming from. I would assume, yeah, it's going to be coming from Enigma, so looks like they might sacrifice a life in order to go ahead and get that. Yep, they're going to sacrifice 2, but they did get that 2nd tick, so a minute left, a little bit less than a minute. Splody's able to pause that timer as well. He's able to get 2 big wins out of Splody. I mean, every single gunfight we've seen him in so far has been massive. Texas State winning a lot of key gunfights, but Ohio State is responding. Texas State's actually down in lives right now, 20-22, only 2 ticks on B, and it doesn't matter about ticks this round, it matters about winning. And so, gonna have to see how Texas State kind of handles this now that they're kind of resetted, right? They're all coming off a spawn, so big kills coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to agree with you there. I mean, we have only 30 seconds to work with here. If you're Texas State, you need to get on one of these zones. You need to capture at least B, and it looks like they're going to do just that. You have DOA sitting up in the little cubby corner. Meanwhile, the teammates have control of bottom. So, you know, definitely I think Ohio State's going to give this up and just opt to defend the A site. So, you know, time not really a factor as of right now, but lives could come into effect here as a 16 versus 16. And, you know, I think the streak has been used for the side of Ohio State. I'm not sure if anyone else is working with one, but, you know, all it really takes is one or maybe even two clean waves from Texas State if they're going to be able to win this game.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm getting a little bit confused on which team is spawning because we're seeing Ohio State endlessly just pushing into Texas State spawns to try and continuously kill those spawners so the people on the map can't get the reinforcements. But finally, I mean, Jax is just doing as much as he can on this lower area. In fact, he ends up shutting down DOA, getting that cruise missile, which would have been so nice for Texas State to have, but lives are tied, only 35 seconds remaining. This is going to be kind of everything for Texas State these next few kills. Bodie's able to get one. I don't think he got that information on the second. Maybe he did. No, he did not. Juice is able to pick that up. 30 seconds remaining now. How are we going to see Texas State respond? Two do go down. Does look like Ohio State is going to have a good bit of map pressure here as well. Ash is stuck in a bad situation. He's going to back off, heal up, try and go for the chow. Not able to secure anything. Spodie able to get one with the Renetti. 8 versus 9, only 10 seconds remaining. Texas State is gonna start to be frantic here. Gonna try and find any sort of opening kill. Scripps is able to get one. He's able to slide on. He is the only one there though that is able to touch. Never mind. DOA is able to get it and he's able to slide out. But he is probably gonna fall here. Yep, and that is gonna do it. Honestly, Texas State just ended up moving too slow in that last round. You know, they started all holding irons whenever they were under a minute left. So
yeah,
would have liked to have seen a bit more aggression there right towards the end. You know, they waited for kind of one big push, and with only, you know, 35 seconds left, that's kind of setting yourself up for failure, right? You're only giving yourself the opportunity to have one, maybe two good pushes. So not the best call from the side of Texas State, and that is going to result in Ohio State taking this third map and now taking the series lead once again, 2-1. For those of you who didn't tune into the first two maps, we did see, we have seen Ohio State take both of the respawns now, and Texas State did take that S&D. So going into this map number 4, which it is going to be, let me double check and make sure I'm telling you what the next map is. I'm pretty sure it's Rio. It's going to be a good one. You know, it's definitely, Rio's always a hot map to watch. Ohio State did have a crazy comeback versus Rutgers on it. So super excited for the series. Stay tuned because we have a ton of action coming up in the next two maps.
Woo.
Oh, you meant the world to me.
to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map 4 of Grand Finals, Texas State versus Ohio State. This personally has been the map I was hoping we would get to. Was hoping it would be a 3-0. Super excited to see how these teams stack up against each other on Rio. This map is a mix fest, to say the least, and so really looking forward to seeing how both of these teams handle each other. And off the rip, it looks like Ohio State is going to be the ones to get that initial time, but Texas State is quickly going to get back on and contest. Looks like they're finally able to respond and get some time of their own. Texas State getting a bit aggressive, trying to figure out where these kills are coming from, where the contention is coming from. Looks like one kill after the next. DOA able to slide out and get one with a nade, get another with a gun. Sliding out, he's able to get a third. No, he's not. He ran out of ammo. Oh, and he ducks and dodges, but he's not able to get away from the gun of Juice. Nobody on this time. Ohio State says, I'll take it. Give me that. But it does look like player number 7 is going to already have that rotation. Splody is going to be locking it down, as well as player number 6. So doing what they can to stay alive. Player number 6 getting a big pickup kill, getting the information to Splody as well that he is about to run into at least one player. Splody is not able to convert that into a kill. So now it's going to be all on Scripps. He's able to find one, able to find two, going to give him plenty of space to do something. Enigma is going to get a stun out on a player as well. Is able to find that player, able to respond back with his own 2. It does look like nobody's going to be able to touch this point yet until Splody. However, Enigma is just frying. He's able to get yet another kill with the rival. What a god gun. And in the hands of Enigma, it is looking dangerous. Enigma now on 4. Just got to stay on this dude's POV, man. I mean, he is doing everything for his team right now. Good nade, able to get some damage onto a player as well. Gonna pop Deddy, and it looks like he's playing with the idea of flanking. He decides against it, as Texas State is just gonna go on for a full-on battle up front. Enigma now 1 off of that cruise missile. Gonna try and find another player as he rotates onto P3. Going through blue here. Is he gonna choose to play for this cruise? It does look like he is. Is he gonna find it? He is tagged up. He's gonna choose to play for that, so he's gonna back up, heal up, and wait for his team to get with him. And that does look like Gimby is gonna be joining him over in blue.
Yeah, I mean, just really good discipline coming through for the Ohio State guys. You could see the bait coming through for the Ohio State guys, trying to get Enigma the 6th kill. Always going to get it, so a great kill from him. But, I mean, just, you know, Splody responding back with 2 of his own. The damage is already dealt, though. Splody able to find 3. You know, having the Renetti in the back pocket's always a help, as you saw there. You know, and Ohio State, you know, although they've been, you know, slaying out and stuff, this is really only a 20-point game. And with Scripps and Splody combining for 3, you know, Texas State's looking to kind of claim the lead here. And just an exciting matchup between these two, especially on this Rio hardpoint, as it's just a mix fest. It's so fast and it's so chaotic. So kind of looking at the subs for Texas State to really turn up. And I think that Scripps has answered the call. Kind of want to see how Ashes is also going to perform, being that this is a really important matchup, and you know, the subs are crucial to the success of the team. So, you know, going into this P4 here, we have Texas State already with the rotation. No one's really on the time quite yet. Ohio State slipping through the garage, so they're going to be able to find this time initially. Splody has something to say about that, though. He's going to be able to spot Jax, put the trophy down for the team, but Jax gets the better of him. So the break comes to a standstill here, as Scripps is the last player up, trying to find, you know, something, but nothing really falling to his lap so far, as you have you know, 3 Ohio State players close to this zone, and all of them get cleared out by Splody and Scripps. I feel like I've been saying Splody and Scripps a lot this series. I mean, they've been going crazy, and Enigma as well. You know, sitting at 11-5. If the scoreboard's not broken, yep, 11-5. Just doing a great job this entire series. But DOA obviously has something to say about that. He's trying to hit some nice shots on him. And it looks like the scrap time is going to go to Ohio State. But if you are Texas State, you'll take that because you have Splody over here, not only with a cruise missile, but he is an absolute beamer when it comes to holding down these angles. So you're going to see Gimby walk right into the trap that Splody set. And you know, kind of looking at Texas State to maybe get some of this time here, but they just haven't been able to convert these kills to time. But Ohio State, on the contrary, has. So that's where we're seeing that lead start to come in for Ohio State. Splody going to call on the cruise missile here. At least you're going to get Ohio State off of this time. A team kill does come through, though. So you know what? You'll take that, though. I think this is one of the first team kills, if not the first team kill from Texas State we've seen. And, you know, Ohio State's had a lot of them so far. So you'll take that. Splody looking to make some work happen here. He's able to find 2. Jax is challenging him. I don't know why, because this guy is shooting. Able to find 3. Sitting at double positive right now on a 3 spree. And you know what? If Splody gets going, then you might as well say GG's because, you know, him, the combined forces of him, Scripps, Astrid, and DOA, they're just a force to be reckoned with. And you know, I surely wouldn't want to find myself on the other side of the gun.
Absolutely. And I mean, looking over on the other side, you know, it's kind of funny. You have kind of almost mirrored scoreboards just because you have one standout player who's either double. I mean, both of these players, Enigma and Splody, are both double positive. Both of them have been toying with almost 2 cruises each. So, like, you have both of those. And then the rest of the players on the map are almost all negative, right? Like, Jax is neutral, yeah, but the rest are all like negative. So it's so funny that, like, both of these teams kind of have one player who's really kind of being that star player of the team. And then the rest of the players are just trying to kind of fill and assist in any way they can. And, you know, in terms of P1, it looks like Texas State is finally able to kind of break into that thanks to the help or to the likes of those sub players. And we're actually seeing DOA run a sub here, which me personally, I really like to see since he normally is that AR player. So it's really nice to see him kind of pull out that Rival 9 and get to work and get his hands dirty with that sub. And with a map like Rio, you know, you expect that, right? Like, this is such a close quarters map. You expect a lot of these teams to be running 3 subs. So not surprising in the least that we're seeing Texas State run 3 subs. I don't know if Ohio State is. I would imagine they are just because of the pressure on the map currently. But nonetheless, that's going to be another clean 3 dead for Texas State University. Looking over it, it looks like Splody's going to try and get up a little bit. Try and create some more pressure, and it does look like we're finally going to get that cruise missile coming in from Enigma. Is he going to be able to connect with one? It does not look like he connects with Scripps somehow. Wow, I mean, that must have been just an insane angle it hit on or something, but Scripps looked like he was dead to rights there by that cruise missile, so I'm kind of shocked he is dead right now, but still pushing. He's able to get one. He's able to get on the point as well. Able to find that player over by pillars. Not able to get the kill, though. However, Ashes, if we switch over to his POV, is one off that is going to get taken out, so he does not get that cruise, but he was one off, so a little bit of unfortunate timing for Texas State, but either way, they did take the lead. They're up. If they hold the rest of this time, they'll be up by 30.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some great plays. I mean, you'll take that because I know that the cruise missile came through. It didn't really connect with anything, and that's the best case scenario if you're Texas State, because not only that, you're already here. You're already ready to break this P3 hill. As you can see, the only player here for Ohio State was Enigma. He's going to get caught down, but you know, you are spawning in the back if you are Texas State now. So you know, the break comes through like seamlessly. Not even 15 seconds had elapsed onto the hill before Texas State was able to break in, and so now things get really dangerous. If Texas State is able to hold the rest of this time, I mean, that might just be the final nail in the coffin here for this hard point. And you know, I would think that maybe even the final nail for the series, because you know, Ohio State has been really good at hard point. The one thing that they've beaten Texas State at is the hard point in map 1. So it'll be interesting to see how, you know, Texas State is able to respond, and if they're able to get this hard point win, that might be the series.
Absolutely. And I mean, Texas State is just electric on that P3. You know, watching them play Ohio State right now and then watching them play Rutgers, I mean, there's something about that P3 for Texas State. It just clicks for them. I mean, look at how big of a gap happened in the score. Now it's, you know, Texas State just crossed that 200-point mark. Whereas before that P3, I mean, the game was pretty close. So this big gap just widened out of just that, really that I mean, yeah, P2 for sure, but mainly that P3. And so it's it's so something about that hill is connects for Texas State. And you know, going into this P4, Rutgers, excuse me, I see the red. Ohio State is gonna finally, you know, they're gonna get on that point for a little bit, able to get some control. But Enigma is gonna be the first player to cross that 30 kill point, whereas the rest of his team is all negative. So they really need to be helping out Enigma in any way they can. Kind of the same story for Texas State, except you know, you have actually you have two people that are positive by a decent margin, and then you have DOA who's neutral. But nonetheless, you know, this is it's kind of showing that both of these teams are kind of the same in terms of how they're set up, where you have this one superstar player, and you know, for this map, they're all just trying to fill where they can. But going into this P5, Ohio State is going to have that control starting off, but they still are down by a pretty sizable amount. They're going to be down by about 80 at this point, so they have a pretty uphill road ahead of them. But hey, I mean, we saw them come back earlier tonight. Could very well happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it could. We saw it, and I think it was on Rio. Yeah, it was on the Rio hardpoint where they came back. Yeah, so definitely not a team to be counted out. But, I mean, Texas State is one of those teams where if you do make those mistakes, they are going to capitalize on it. So you have about 20 seconds left to win if you are Texas State, and that's where you can keep applying pressure to hills like P5, because, I mean, you know, it's so close to P1. Not only that, but any scrap time is good scrap time here. So, you know, Texas State has been playing pretty well. You can see across the scoreboard pretty even amongst the kill feed here. All the players positive except for Mr. Mike Doa. But on the other side, we have Enigma. He's been playing his heart out, 33 and 21, but he needs some help from his teammates, and you know, it needs to come quick because, you know, Texas State is on the verge of putting this away and sending us to a map 5.
Absolutely, and I mean, just great. I mean, honestly, they need to touch the hill, yeah, but Enigma waiting for DOA to get taken out, that was just a great play out of him. Like, if they allowed DOA to stay alive back there, he could have hit a flank and this game would have been over. Right now, it looks like Texas State is able to get the kills. Yes, it does. Only 4 seconds needed left to win this, so Ohio State just sprinting at the hill, trying to do what they can. Winning some very important gunfights here, though. Now, if Rutgers is able to push this to a P2, they do currently have the rotation, so this could prove pretty dangerous, especially because Ohio State will be in winning range for this map. So, gonna see how Texas State wants to play this. It looks like they're all gonna take the long route. It looks like they're giving up P1 in favor of that P2 rotation. Texas State can still win here, though. Looks like they're gonna give it one final push, and it looks like, are they gonna get that tick? Yes, they do. Texas State able to close it out just by the skin on their teeth of that last hill. Texas State able to keep themselves alive in this first series. We're going to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, great plays out of Texas State. They made the last second decision. They're like, look, we need to hit P1 one more time. We only need a few seconds, and it ended up paying off. So, you know, great play calls out of the Texas State captain or whoever called that. You know, a great play call because, as you saw on the minimap there, number 4 was already rotated to P2. He was already ready for the rotation to go underway. But Texas State, they had one last push, one last attempt to break, and they were successful. So we're going to go over to a Rio map 5, and we'll be back very soon. All right, it all comes down to this, fellas. We got a map 5 here. Ohio State, this is a must-win situation for them if they want any hopes of being able to win this tournament here. You know, we're going to map 5. We have Texas State coming off of a hot win on the Rio hardpoint. So this map is very familiar, although the game mode is completely different. 1 life for each team per player. So definitely interested to see how things go down. Things are developing already. As you see, Texas State going to have 2 players down. I think Juice is on a pinch. He has no clue that the player's on Eski's right next to him. So kind of some interesting timing going down. As you see, number 7 making his way up. Splody through the smoke, trying to see what he can find. Not anything. It's going to leave Doa in a 1 versus 3 and also has to defuse the bomb. So kind of a almost impossible situation here for Mike Doa. I don't know. I mean, not much you can do here except for just take the round loss, maybe get a consolation kill here and there. But, you know, a great round coming out for Ohio State, and 1 round closer to resetting the bracket.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, great stuff out of Ohio State right there. You know, you could tell they knew what they were planning. They knew what they wanted to do in that round, and they just they executed it perfectly. I mean, yeah, it might have gotten mixy with Mike getting 2 kills once the round was impossible to win, but nonetheless, Ohio State's able to go up 1-0 versus Texas State in this last map. Now, last time we saw Texas State on this map, DOA was the star player. He loves Rio from what we've seen. So really looking forward to seeing what he can do. He's starting off hot 2-0. Might have been a round loss, but nonetheless, getting those kills closer to a cruise missile is definitely part of the long game here. Now, looking at it, it does look like Gimby is going to get that first blood, but it does look like a pretty aggressive hit over to B in this situation. Some information was given onto one of the players for Texas State. Now looks like Splody's able to spot 1. Now Splody gonna have the patience here. Is it gonna pay off? DOA is able to get 1. Shots going into Splody. Jack's able to pick up 1 by Scripps. Oh my goodness, Splody is just playing his life. DOA is able to find another though. All of a sudden it's a 2v2. Splody and DOA versus Juice and Jax. That's gonna be fun to cast. Jax is able to find 1. Splody's able to get the quick trade though. All of a sudden it's a 1v1. Only 22 seconds remaining. Player number 2 on his tail though. He spots the player out. He's gonna chase him down. Is he gonna get the better of him? We will see right here. Good shots coming out from Splody, and Splody is able to close it out. Boiled down to a 1v1, a close one at that. And Texas State is able to tie the map up.
Wow, I mean, what a play coming through for Mike DOA and Splody. I mean, just, you know, when things seem like they're going wrong, they just flip the entire situation on its head. You know, you see Splody, you know, although the Ohio State player had the information on Splody, just playing the time extremely well is Splody. So, you know, a great win coming out for Texas State, and they really needed it. Quite frankly, they needed it because Ohio State has been very aggressive on their offenses, and we're going to see it again here.
Absolutely. It does look like that aggression is starting to come out of Ohio State, but Splody prepared this time, gets that trophy system out, and does get a preemptive nade. He gets information on 2 of them. The nade is also going to connect. Enigma, 46 HP, just playing his life as his teammates look over him. Gimby, though, able to get some good information. Scripps is playing with him right now, though. Splody going to try and cap. He's going to try and get Gimby. He's going to try and catch him out. He is able to get that first blood. Bomb is going to start being planted, though, over at B. How is Texas State going to retake this? It is a 4v3. They do have the main advantage. Make that a 2v4 now. Beautiful read out of Scripps, knowing exactly where that player went. Gonna see how Jax and Enigma like to play this. Now Enigma and Jax are both on the other sides. Enigma's able to get 1. Make it a 2v3. Honestly, if they keep playing like this, they could very well win this round. Nonetheless, the pressure is starting to come out of Texas State.
Oh, wow.
They're able to get 1, they're able to get 2. All of a sudden, it's a 1v2 now. Splody left alone, and it does look like the impossible was pulled off. Ohio State was able to win the round.
What an amazing 2 versus 4. Yeah. I mean, wow, that's insane. The way that Enigma and Jax were able to play off of each other there was just, like, you know, so fundamental to them being able to come out with this round win. And I think that they did a really good job at holding each other's backs, and it really it translated to winning, even though they really shouldn't have won that. They were able to pull through with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's our 3rd offensive round win we've seen so far. So very interesting to kind of see that switch compared to, like, the control, right? But nonetheless, really great stuff out of Ohio State. They played that beautifully. They had, you know, 1 player on each side watching both of those pushes, and then they would occasionally check both bomb as well as bridge. So great stuff out of them. Looks like a pretty aggressive hit over to A this time out of Texas State. And it looks like Ohio State is going to...
Look at Jules. Juice is ready.
Absolutely. He's able to get 2, make that 3 down for the side of Texas State. DOA all of a sudden finds himself in a 1v3 situation, able to pick up that first one. But now look at Ohio State. They're starting to move those arrows across the map. But it does look like they know that bomb is down, so they're going to slow down a little bit. Going to wait for DOA to push into something. And DOA is going to be taken out. Ohio State widening that gap, now up 3-1.
Yeah, just some very nice disciplined gameplay coming through for Ohio State. You know, Jax got a little bit active. I will say he got a little bit pushed up, but yeah, I think they knew that they had the bomb down, and they you know, at least kept 2 players around that bomb to make sure that no funny business was going to occur. You know, while Jax was out there hunting. So, you know, a great round from Ohio State. They're able to widen that gap, like you said, to 3-1. And you know what? If you're Ohio State, you really need it, and that's kind of, at least for me, if I was a player for Ohio State, I'd be able to take a nice little breath and kind of be able to reset for this next round going in, because I mean, this is just a grueler of a series. It's a map 5, and we've seen a lot of good moments from each team, and it's just one of those series where, you know, it really could go either way. So you know, being able to get a round win like that is definitely something to boost morale. As you see here, we're in a 3 versus 3 on the next round. Juice finding Splody and wisely backs down from the gunfight. Trust me, I wouldn't be taking the gunfight either. So you see the bomb starting to rotate over towards this A site. Now there is going to be a Texas State player here. It's going to be DOA. He's going to have to fend off all 3 of these players. Are they going to check the close corner? They are. So now they're going to be able to get the bomb down. It's all left up to Ashes and Splody. Ashes does have 1 trapped, so Jack's going to be trapped for the time being. But I mean, there's only so much you can do here. Splody and Splody and Ashes, rather, kind of a split retake. As you see, Ashes working through boxes, trying to see if he can bait out any of these Ohio State players. But, you know, once again, very disciplined gameplay coming from... I don't think Ashes saw his foot, but yeah, very disciplined gameplay coming through for Ohio State. And it's going to translate to a round win if Ashes isn't able to, you know, get this defuse.
Absolutely, and I mean, at this point, it's just impossible. Like, he would have to not only win 2 gunfights, but also get the bomb in what, it was like 15 seconds left. So yeah, really great work out of Ohio State to kind of audible there. Once that Splody got that first blood, that opener, they recognized that, you know, A was kind of the weaker side, and so they need to put pressure over there, and it paid off really well. Texas State now down, I believe it's 4-1, if I remember correctly. So this could turn into a very quick map, and we could be seeing a bracket reset out of Ohio State. Obviously, they won it pretty bad, so really exciting stuff if you're an Ohio State fan. They are up by 3 rounds, but nonetheless, Texas State is still in this. They just have to win 5 rounds before Ohio State wins 2.
Yeah, it's a game of numbers here, and Ohio State definitely has the advantage. I mean, I would consider this not so much a swing round as more so a statement round. But, you know, so both teams kind of playing a little bit stagnant. Texas State being able to push up and get on that B zone, that B bomb. So they're going to back Ohio State down. And a nice nade comes in through Ashes. So, I mean, that's exactly what you need if you are an Texas State fan. You're going to back Juice down. You're going to back all these Ohio State players down. And meanwhile, the clock is ticking. So if you are Ohio State, you need to go. I mean, you're going to see the regroup of all these players. But, I mean, you don't really have too much time to work with now as you're going for this retake. You have all of the Texas State players still alive and still being able to check this bomb and jiggle peek and do a nice little bait and switch, as we've seen so far throughout the series. As you can see, just pure pandemonium coming through for the side of Ohio State. And I don't even think they're going to hop on this bomb. Yeah, actually, someone's going to hop on the bomb, but he will get taken out by Splody, making the round-winning play here for Texas State. So a good bounce back from Texas State. Something that they really needed. And, you know, it's on the back of Splody, just making a heads-up play to wait until the time was dwindling down.
Absolutely. That 2-piece was so crucial out of Splody, because if he doesn't kill him off bomb right here, I mean, they win the round. And then you're down, what, 5-1? So super big kills out of Splody. That 2-piece was everything, because then it also made Gimby have to take the time to aim at him. And at that point, I think it was already impossible to win the round regardless. So really heads-up play by Splody right there to be able to kind of hit that flank. And, you know, it was honestly interesting to see. I think it was Juice. He had a good position to hit a flank, but he instead opted in to hit kind of that bomb site from the front with the rest of his team. And so great calls out of Ohio State. If they had a little bit more time, it definitely would have paid out. But either way, going into this round number number 7 here. It does look like we're going to have a pretty aggressive hit over towards B, and it does look like Texas State isn't going to be the most prepared for it. Only 2 members of Texas State over near this bomb site, and bomb's going to be planted pretty quick, leaving Texas State to move as quickly as they can. But look at players number 7 and players number 8 both hitting that long route, trying to see if they can find at least one player, because now they only have, what, 37 seconds remaining? This is looking pretty dangerous for Texas State. They're going to have to find at least one opener, and that's not what you want to see. Juice getting that first blood on Splody, who did take the time to hit that flank, so Scripps is able to get one. Ashes does fall, though, so it is now a 1v2 situation. We've seen DOA win these before, so 20 seconds remaining. He is going to have to pull off some insane skills to win this, and it looks like Ohio State is just going to play their lives, make the correct play. Only 7.5 seconds remaining, and he can't get the kill, so Ohio State is now on series point to push us into a bracket reset.
Woo! Wow, just great gameplay coming through for Ohio State here. I mean, you know, just kind of like a toe-to-toe round where you see a potential flank coming through for Texas State, and Juice is able to pick it up and just play it perfectly. You know, he was able to find that first pick and then just lay down. So, you know, a great play from him, and I ultimately, I think that's what led to Ohio State winning that round is just, you know, being able to shut down that flank. You know, you saw the Texas State guys, they were scheming. They're like, oh, wait, just hold on a minute, hold on, we'll hit him from behind. And it just didn't come to fruition here. So now it takes us over here to series point. Ohio State looking pretty dominant here in this Rio search and destroy. Texas State not quite out of it yet, though. They're looking to get this bomb down towards the B zone. And you know what? I haven't seen a lot of A hits throughout this entire map, so kind of interesting. You see all the kills going back and forth. I mean, just pure pandemonium. It's going to be Juice left in a 1 versus 2 here. The bomb is going down on this B site, so Juice has his work out for him, but if anyone's going to do it, it is Mr. Juice.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is, you know, you got to imagine, even though they're up by a sizable amount, he's still feeling a little bit of pressure, right? He wants to be the one to push into a bracket reset right here, and that'd be a huge boost for his morale as well. So looks like he's actually going to be able to sneak past one of the players. He's able to find one, but a trade is quickly going to come through. And Texas State is going to stay alive and push the series to 5-3, or push the map to 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, some great plays. You see Scripps and Splody kind of just doubled up in this hallway, which is, I think, was that a team kill? But I think I might have seen a team kill there. But you know, just great plays coming out of them. I think that when they have low man advantage, I think Texas State plays their lives very well, and you know, you've seen that in the past couple rounds where they've been able to translate to wins. Ohio State still on series point, though, so that, you know, you have some breathing room if you are Ohio State, as they're kind of toying with the idea of an A hit. As you can see, number 2 Juice has the bomb over towards A, but on the other side of the map, you're going to see Texas State find 2 kills, so it'll be Juice and Gimby left in a 2 versus 4. Thankfully, they do have the bomb, but oh my goodness, a great nade, although it doesn't finish the job here. So I don't know. Ohio State, they're kind of puzzled right now, you know, as one would be. I'd be kind of puzzled, just like, what do we do now? You know, it's kind of impossible to hit the B site. You have 3 Texas State players there, and then on the other side, you have DOA, who's, you know, just holding down that bomb site, and Splody's going to find one on a Gimby. So it's going to be 1 versus 4 here, and Splody going to fall here, but he has the rest of the Texas State guys kind of just playing for him at this point. They have the information on him. They know where he's going, and he's kind of just trapped in the corner on the side of the map now.
Absolutely. And, you know, getting that Splody kill is definitely a consolation prize, but I mean, still has to go through 3 other Texas State players. Not too sure what he wants to do at this point. Looks like he's going to opt in to go to A, but unfortunately, DOA is going to be able to pick that up for him. So now Texas State slowly crawling their way back in. We are now going into a round number 10 here. Texas State has to win 2 rounds in order to win this. Ohio State only 1, and then Ohio State would also have to win 3 more maps. So this is a key map here. If Ohio State wins this, it's going to be a huge confidence booster going into this next series. Texas State would have to need a pretty big regain in order to go into this next one, but looking over the kills right now, I know the scoreboard is a little messed up. Jax is the star player for Ohio State right now, sitting at 11-6, so he's doing everything that he can for the team. I don't know if that nade connected on Ashes, but either way, speaking of Jax, he's pushed up into a pretty aggressive position here, so curious to see if that's going to pay off. It looks like Texas State is going to try and get something done through bridge here. Player number 2 and player number 8 are in a standstill. Looks like he's able to snap for 2. Wow. Jax going massive for his team. Looks like he's going to chow out, try and find Splody as well. Now looks like they're just flying at that player, trying to do what they can. Looks like Jax is going to get a freebie. No, Splody's actually able to get out with his life. And those players of Ohio State are chasing him down, but they weren't able to find him. So Splody actually is able to get back and heal up. It's now a 2v3, but Bomb is down in a pretty bad situation. Some shots coming out from Doa, able to connect onto Jax, but no kills, unfortunately.
Yeah, no kills, and I'll tell you what, I mean, we saw a little bit of unhingedness coming through for the Ohio State guys as they started to kind of slip on their discipline, but, you know, that has been remedied. So Ohio State able to get the remaining kills here, and they're gonna force a bracket reset. So don't go anywhere, folks. We have a bracket reset coming in as Ohio State takes the Rio Search and Destroy 6-4. So we're going to send it to a quick intermission while we get the vetoes set up, and I'm also going to reset the internet and the stream, so hopefully it's not as laggy anymore. But with that being said, you know, stick around and wait for us to come back online.